Good morning. More like based attorney. God damn it, Pix. Yes, the much awaited return to Ace Attorney, finally. I would, before they actually announced the, Apollo Justice Trilogy was, being ported, I was honestly considering just going straight to the Great Ace Attorney, because they are, from what I understand, fairly disconnected, but then this got announced, and I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I'll wait. And then I flubbed organizing it for, 2 to 3 months, because I'm a dummy. But hey, that's how it goes sometimes. But since it is such a special occasion today, I am not alone. For this, I will have someone hopefully reining in my... We'll get to that in a second. This is a terrible introduction. Hello, Mina. Uh-oh.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I haven't been playing any Ace Attorney in a long time, so I'm a little bit worried I'm going to have a, what was it? VLR darts moment?
Listen, it's the tutorial case. How bad can it be?
This is a very good question. Yeah, so it was fascinating to watch Luca go through both Ace Attorney and the Nonary games and that, because it feels like we just had the opposite experience in them, where I feel like my strength is usually in the abstract problem solving, so a lot of stuff to do with numbers and shapes and all that kind of stuff. Whereas,
which makes sense. You do numbers for a living.
I do in fact do numbers for a living. It's true. And yeah, coding is basically just entirely abstract problems most of the time. I've been dealing with the non-abstract problems and they've been hell, so definitely got a refresher of that lately. But yeah, when it came to Ace Attorney, Luca was flying through it, and I'm looking at my own, I had to go back and look at my VODs going did I have that much trouble doing some of those? And yeah, I did. So this will be interesting to come back after I've actually had more experience and, I guess, played through more games akin to this, because back with Ace Attorney, the only thing, even remotely close I would have played is, Danganronpa, and there's some similarities, but yeah. And also, I guess for context, because, I am experiencing all these games having been ported, decades later. This first game marked, the... was the original trilogy originally released on the Game Boy, or was it only one of them? That's the bit I'm
so it was originally on the Game Boy in Japan, but we never got that.
Yeah.
We got the DS remake of 1 first, which is very funny because it has a case which is more aesthetically similar to Apollo Justice than it is to the original trilogy. All of the sprites in it.
Was it Rise from the Ashes? The one with
Rise from the Ashes. Yeah, Rise from the Ashes uses Apollo Justice style sprites, the more high fidelity HD ones.
Yeah.
But none of the other 2 and 3 didn't have cases like that. The remake of 1 did so well on DS that Capcom was just oh well, people will buy this shit even if we don't put effort into it. So they didn't. 2 and 3 are just straight ports with basically no enhancements other than obligatory touchscreen control and being able to shout objection into the microphone for fun.
Oh yeah. Oh god. I watched Barry play the original trilogy on the DS, and man, that microphone detection stuff is interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like it was a clip machine, just like shouting different things into the microphone and then going, "Wait, really? That was good for a take that?" Like, and it's funny I brought up the Nonary games before because having now seen what the original trilogy looked like on the DS, there's like a big difference between like I think the original trilogy's port onto PC and the way the Nonary games were ported, or at least specifically 999. Like, I didn't notice it at the time, but when going back to look at the way it was rendered on the DS, like, that original trilogy definitely had, like, suffered from, like, the, I guess, like, bland upscaling that didn't quite match what was shown in that standard definition of HD stuff often, like, loses a little bit of character to it.
Yeah, especially when you're dealing with Kinu Nishimura's art.
Yeah. Whereas, like, honestly, it looks like whatever was, like, preserved and put into 999 was either, like, what's the term I'm looking for? Like, it seemed like it was the straight drawings as opposed to, like, taking the sprites and upscaling them, if that makes sense.
Yeah, see, I actually own the art book for the original Ace Attorney trilogy, and I can confirm the quote-unquote sprites used in the Ace Attorney trilogy are literally the art from the art book. Like, the art that the sprites were based on rather than the sprites themselves. And that art was never meant to be upscaled to that degree, which is why there's, like, weird gaps in the line work.
Yeah, no, I that one I didn't really notice at all, but, like, I think after I saw the DS stuff, I was like, oh wow, is that really different? And I ran into, like, comparisons, and literally also saw art errors in there. I'm like, where did they pull these from? But no, that makes a lot more sense now.
And to believe it or not, the PC / like console versions of the Ace Attorney original trilogy are way better than the 3DS original version. The 3DS version of the Ace Attorney trilogy, which I also own, is like it also just uses the art instead of using the sprites, but it's missing frames of animation, which is like a cardinal sin in a game as both stylized and with animation this limited. Like, the average animation in Ace Attorney only has like 8 frames. Missing one of those 8 frames, you feel it. You really feel it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, a tenth of the animation is missing. Like, what?
Yeah.
Jesus. So, like, that must have, like... excuse me. That must have meant, like, they were filling gaps with other parts of the animation, right? Because otherwise it's just, like, literal, the character disappears for a part of the animation.
It would, I think it would just hang for a bit longer.
Yeah.
And it was very noticeable with certain characters. It's just, it was bizarre, and I'm glad that they fixed it with the HD trilogy.
Yeah, that's definitely good to hear, because especially those meltdown animations. It's like you miss part of that, and it's like that's like you're missing a tenth of the true expression of this character breaking down on the stand. That's like
and that's just gone forever. You will have to replay the game to see it.
Oh god.
But yeah, fortunately we don't have to deal with that here because Apollo Justice's sprites were already in HD, so they're just up-resed.
Yeah.
And the 5 and 6 just use 3D models, so that's not a problem.
Yeah. So again, calling back to another person I saw streaming this, he ended up streaming Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney, and I found out there that, if my timeline's correct, Apollo Justice comes out, and then Phoenix Wright versus Ace Attorney is like the first peek into Ace Attorney rendered in 3D, and then the next game in the Apollo Justice trilogy happened, and it was all in 3D. Like, I think that's... I might be a little bit off with
Yes.
that. That's the
No,
impression
you're-
I got, though.
You're correct. It's a bit weird because in English versus Professor Layton came out after Ace Attorney 5 did, but in Japan,
Yep.
yeah, it was Apollo Justice came out in 2008. So, a year after the Ace Attorney 3 DS remake came out, Apollo Justice comes out. And then 4 years passed with no Ace Attorney games because unfortunately Apollo Justice kind of bombed. Yeah, and then Shu Takumi, the writer of the original trilogy and Apollo Justice make. Oh no, sorry, there's a gap in this timeline. 2009 happens. 2009, we get Miles Edgeworth Investigations, which is the first spin-off game in the series. Then 2011, we get Miles Edgeworth 2. And then I think at this point, Shu Takumi, who hasn't touched the series since Apollo Justice, makes versus Professor Layton, and that comes out in 2012 in Japan, though it does not get a North American release. Ace Attorney 5 Dual Destinies comes out in both Japan and North America in 2013, and it comes out in it was the first Ace Attorney game, the mainline Ace Attorney game, not to be written by Shu Takumi. It was written and directed by Yamazaki, who's the guy who did the Miles Edgeworth spin-offs.
Right.
And then 2014, the year after that, versus Professor Layton gets ported, or not ported, localized into English, finally. Then a year after that, 2015, the first Great Ace Attorney game comes out in Japan. This is written by Shu Takumi, so this is his triumphant return to the series. And Professor Layton was like a test bed for this. Like, so much Professor Layton is just beta testing features and concepts for this game. And then in 2016, Ace Attorney 6 comes out. That one's also written and directed by Yamazaki, no involvement from Shu Takumi. And then 2017, finally, Great Ace Attorney 2 comes out, and that is the last Ace Attorney game that we've seen.
Yeah.
Way back in 2017.
Oh man, okay, we're gonna have an interesting thing to look over in this trilogy then when it switches over to Yamazaki instead of
Yes.
Shu.
You do feel it. There is a bit of
man.
there is a bit of chafing against the new guard when the next one comes out. But I do think that Ace Attorney 5, for all its faults, still has some absolute banger cases and one of my favorite characters in the whole series. So I am still very excited to re-experience it again.
Yeah, and yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a while. I was saying, why am I not moving up the? There we go. I was saying a little bit before I unmuted that I've been looking to, like, I was honestly considering going to Great Ace Attorney before this if there was just never going to be a port, because I really didn't want to emulate them on what was it? Bloody. What was Luca using?
On BlueStacks, right?
Yeah, that's right. I wanted to avoid that at all costs, but then this got announced, so I was like, oh, cool, I'll wait until that comes around. And then it didn't organize anything for like 3 months because I was distracted. But here we are now. Oh boy. I'm glad we kind of got that history lesson, because I didn't realize there was such a change throughout the series in terms of writing. So, yeah, Jesus, those sprites look so much better.
Yeah, they are crisp.
Yeah, damn. All right, let's get into it. It's the first case. What could possibly go wrong? Turnabout Trump.
Don't like that guy.
Nah.
It's always reminded me of Hotel Dusk.
Showdown time. Full House. Yeah, the painting vignette is like really great here. Seem to be in a bit of trouble. Something like that. Dead. Someone hit him. Hard. Me? Please, the cop should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. Huh. Okay, very quick aside, just because I'm curious where this lines up. Where does Ghost Trick fit into the timeline here?
That was 2010. So
2010.
Shu Takumi wrote that 2 years after Apollo Justice came out, and 2 years before Professor Layton would come out.
Right.
So until recently, the man really never stopped working. He was always doing something, even if it wasn't mainline Ace Attorney. And I hope we get to see him do stuff again soon.
Yeah, I mean, especially with Ghost Trick, like, it was one thing to see his writing in Ace Attorney where it was kind of like building across, like, you know, multiple games and multiple chapters with, like, shitloads of characters and that. Like, Ghost Trick, honestly, like, I was already like, oh yeah, I'd love to see more Ace Attorneys from him. Ghost Trick was like, okay, I just want to see more games written by him.
Exactly, yeah.
So good.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what this, like, the style or like the subject matter is. Dude's just a banger writer.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess this is a. We're not going to talk about Ghost Trick because it is kind of irrelevant, but like, well, it's not relevant to this. But if you haven't played Ghost Trick, please play Ghost Trick. I think that's easily one of my favorite games of all time now.
Please play Ghost Trick. Yeah, it's in my top 10.
Yep, and it was ported onto Steam as well, so you could play it rendered immaculately in the RE engine.
Yes, it's on everything. It's on PS4, it's on Xbox, it's on Switch, it's on PC, it's on iPhone. You have no excuse. If you own a piece of technology in your house, you can play this game.
Yep. April 20th, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. More like Ghost Peak, true. Panicked. Okay, I'll probably take Apollo because
Yeah,
main character.
It makes
streamer
sense.
does that.
Yeah, exactly. It's the tradition. I played Apollo in Lucas streams just because she wanted to mix it up a bit and play the prosecutor instead.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
That was interesting. I think the voice I used for him was what she described as generic anime protagonists. So.
Yeah, I was gonna go for something like that, something that's a bit lighter in basically my own voice, but lighter and younger, because, like, he does strike me as that.
Despite being the same age as Phoenix in the first game, he definitely comes across as much younger than Phoenix was even in the first game.
Yeah, Phoenix at least had the veneer of adult, but, like, then you got him in the courtroom and suddenly he's a mess, whereas, like, Apollo, yeah... It unfortunately exudes inexperience without even acting well.
He's always nervous and he's always yelling.
Panicked, palms sweaty. I can admit it. I'm nervous. Good morning.
So this is
Hello,
his mentor. This is your Mia. Do you want me to play this guy or do you want to play him?
I don't know what's going to be a good division of things here, because I imagine, like, the prosecutor will probably have more. But, I'll take him as well, actually.
Okay.
I mean, we can change it if it becomes too much, but yeah, we'll start off with this. Good morning, sir. You look tense. You look tense, Justice. Wound up tight. Wound up, sir? No, I'm loose. I'm fine. That screeching noise. Is that your voice? I suppose it's to be expected. Your first trial, and it's a homicide. I guess justice doesn't start small, eh? I'm fine. I got up at 5 AM to do my Chords of Steel voice workout. I'm fine. Chords of Steel. Oh, that's amazing. Okay. Sorry, this is jumping the gun a little bit, but that's probably what a big thing. That would oh my god, words, Jesus, Wolfie, you're doing a talking stream today. You need to be on it. That strikes me as something that a lot of people would have like clocked him as Transmask for.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's like, voice training, huh?
he as well as the other junior attorney that gets introduced in 5, people peg them both as being extremely trans, and I love it.
Amazing. Chords of Steel is a VHS tape collection bought in 3 installments of $44.99. True. From the same producers as Reference. That explains it. I did detect a certain rasping quality to your screech. I overdid it again. As you know, your client today is a good friend of mine. I wouldn't want to let him down, if you get my drift. Drift gotten, sir. I'm all over that drift. As it happens, I dined with him the night of the murder. We can't let this case fall through. Yes, I'm fine, sir. One more thing. Don't say you're fine quite so much. People might take you the wrong way. Uh-oh. I'll be preparing our case. You might want to introduce yourself to the client. My name is Apollo Justice. If it isn't clear already, I'm a new attorney. And today is my first trial. Not that I'm worried or anything. The defendant has been accused of murder. My boss wants to help him out, of course, and so do I. I mean, there's no way he did it. Not him. No way. What? Oh my god.
Do you want to have the legacy role as well?
Actually,
I'm assuming
yeah.
you voiced him.
Yeah, I did. Do you want to take Kristoff then? Because I imagine between
Kristoff,
these two, or those 3, it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, I can voice Kristoff, yeah.
Oh god. You put a beanie on him and give him stubble, and suddenly I'm like, oh, oof, okay.
You're
Hi,
flustered.
Sir. Yeah. Whoa. Good morning. Morning. It's all up to you today. First trial. Nervous. Meeting him. Cardiac arrest. I think I'm supposed to say something. Help. So, you're... Fine. I'm fine. Ah, Mr. Fine, is it? I didn't remember you having an odd name. Well, we're off to a great start. Are you sure you're okay? I mean, with me? Mr. Gavin is a top-notch defense attorney, and he's your friend, so why... You'll see. Oh, Jesus, Phoenix, what the hell?
So mysterious.
You can do it. Be confident. Have confidence. No confidence, sir.
No confidence.
I'm really sorry this happened to you. I mean, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. I'm gonna be a mess today.
Papa.
Have confidence. God damn it, news girl. It's time. Shall we? Yes, sir. Okay, I need to focus. Actually, I'm gonna sneak a look at the court record real quickly while we're here. How long did I yearn for one of these? Just putting it on makes me feel ready.
So any evidence that has the magnifying glass you can examine in 3D.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, this was part of the Rise from Ashes thing.
Right. Mm-hmm.
There's a number inscribed on the back of the badge. There are many numbers like it, but this one is mine. Proof that I'm an attorney. To tell the truth, I get a happy feeling inside just looking at it. Yes, I'm sure that as per tradition, that is just in my inventory for no reason. Time of death was around 2 a.m., April 17th. Death caused by a single blow to forehead. Shady Smith.
Shady Smith.
Oh, I missed this naming. Estimated time of death, April 17th, between, about a half-hour gap around 2 o'clock. Cerebral hemorrhaging resulting from blunt force trauma to forehead. The cast of Ace Attorney play a nonary death game. Ugh. People, I imagine a lot of people have thought of that. Okay. Nothing too much to look at. Christoph Gavin, boss at Gavin Law Offices, first-rate defense attorney, and my trusted mentor. First client, just standing in front of this guy makes me nervous. Shady Smith, the victim in the case, a traveler only recently back in the country. Ah, yes. Another person just recently returned from overseas. Hang on, is there a clock in that picture? It's like, I didn't realize it until I rewatched someone else watching it, but man, there are a lot of broken clocks in Ace Attorney.
It's a very convenient way to establish time of death.
It is. I feel like you'd have to include villains in that because the main cast gets along too well for it to become a disaster. I feel like between Phoenix and Maya, there'd be enough mischief and problems in and of itself, but that would also create an interesting dynamic to it. I mean, someone has to be a Dio in that case, so...
Yeah, and just wait till you see Athena in 5, who is introduced screaming while judo throwing a cop.
Awesome. I can't wait. Okay, I need to focus. First trial. Here comes justice. Oh my god, he's got a catchphrase and everything. Courtroom number 2. Oh no, he's back. Who wants to take the judge?
Whoever takes the judge should be the opposite of whoever takes the prosecutor, I feel.
True. You know what? I'll take the prosecutor.
Okay. The court is now in session.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is, fine. I mean, ready, Your Honor. Line going blank. Don't panic. Too late. Oh, that's bright. God. This right here is actually, like, just such a demonstration of, like, the quality difference between the two trilogies. Like,
right.
The minor coloring on the sweat is just a detail you do not get in, like, the up-res stuff.
Boy is sweating fish tanks.
Yeah. I'm glad I picked that gif for the fucking tweet. I didn't realize that was gonna be, like, super relevant, but...
Your name was Mr. Justice. And this is your first trial?
Yes, Your Honor. But I'm fine, really.
Are you quite sure? Your voice sounds a bit strained. Ahem. Mr. Gavin.
Yes, Your Honor.
I was under the impression that you would be leading up this case.
That was my intention, yes. However, a defense attorney must always cede to his client's wishes.
See? German? Oh, Christoph.
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Him and his brother are both German, yeah.
Right, that tracks.
And my client specifically requested Mr. Justice.
Well, of course he wants justice. But to entrust his case to this greenhorn? Why? I do not exaggerate when I say that you're the best defense attorney in town, Mr. Gavin.
Okay, so Gavin's got trial experience, fine. But does he have cords of steel? Punctuate that with
Let's
a cough.
begin. The defendant may enter the courtroom. This is truly an unfortunate turn of events. I'm sorry we had to meet again under these circumstances. Long time no see, Mr. Wright.
Let's put the past behind us, shall we? These days, I'm merely Phoenix Wright, piano player. Mr. Wright, how could this have happened?
I won't speak of it further, then. If the prosecution would be so kind as to explain the charges, Mr. Payne.
To think I saw you enter this room a fresh attorney. Now I'll see you leave in chains. Ah, Winston Payne. Subtle as ever, I see. Ahem. The crime occurred at the Borscht Ball Club. God. A Russian restaurant. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, took the victim, a customer, and he hit him. Wham! On the head. Smack. Killed him cold.
A customer at the restaurant, you say? The defendant, you say he was...
The pianist for the club, it seems.
Phoenix Wright. A pianist?
This is the weapon that took the victim's life. A bottle of grape juice. Yes. Not like that old tomato juice.
Phoenix Wright loves drinking grape juice.
He loves it.
Can't get enough of it.
Grape juice is apparently our defendant's drink of choice. Oh shit, you weren't kidding.
Yeah. He's not just a hobo, he's a wino.
Yeah, you know.
He's got class, he's got taste.
Yeah, exactly.
The court accepts the deadly bottle as evidence.
This is water weapon bears defendant Mr. Wright's prints. Alright, that's a bad start.
Something to note, Justice. All evidence is filed in the court record. Make a practice of checking it frequently.
The court record. Right, I've heard of that.
Use the right bumper to look at the evidence so far.
Apollo just looks down at the desk like, what? The what?
I'm confident in your ability to handle this.
Right. Just use the right bumper. Sounds like it's time for some hands-on action. I already been through it, but we got anything else on this while we're... Oh, I'm gonna be fucking around a lot with this, I think. The bottle is completely empty. Grape juice. How long has it been since I drank grape juice? Apparently it's Mr. Wright's favorite drink. Wonder how well it goes with borscht. Yeah, it's got a tick for everything I've looked at. Doesn't appear to be anything else weird with it, so we'll leave that.
You're gonna love Grey's Attorney. Every single piece of evidence has like 4 or 5 things you can interact with to get dialogue.
Yeah, no, I am.
No, the victim was a customer at this restaurant. But just who was this, Shady Smith fellow?
We believe he was a traveler, Your Honor.
Traveler?
According to his passport, he had been out of the country for a number of years. He had only returned to this country recently, though his place of residence is unclear.
And he had some sort of connection with the defendant?
That, too, is unclear at present, Your Honor. We believe they first met at the Borscht Bowl Club on the night of the crime.
If they'd only just met, then why murder? Perhaps the victim slighted the defendant's piano playing?
That doesn't appear to have been the case. No, the motive had nothing to do with the defendant's lack of playing skill. Hi,
Hello,
Charles.
Charles.
At least, not piano playing. I'll let this photo explain what I mean. Playing cards, someone lost a bet. As we can see, a game of poker was in progress at the scene of the crime.
Wait a second.
Oh, sorry. Whoa,
This is poker gambling?
What? Gambling? My word!
That's a crime in and of itself.
Oh, Japan and their weird anti-gambling laws.
Oh! Right, backroom gambling. Yeah, okay. No, yeah, I was about to make a joke of like, but that's illegal, and no, it's kinda. Indeed, it appears our defendant has fallen to become the basest sort of criminal.
You're doing like a droopy dog thing with him, and I love it.
Yeah.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim.
Yeah, originally I was gonna do the voice I actually gave him for when... So the funny thing was, that when I originally played him, I was like, oh yeah, it sounds droopy doggish, like that works.
Yeah.
And then he does the screech, like the
Yeah.
objection! And I remember someone was like, oh man, you gave him a really different voice, and it's like, no, I imagine that's just how he talks when he gets flustered.
Yeah.
he becomes high-pitched and screechy.
He gets very shrieky, yeah.
Yeah.
Yet it was only that, a game. In the purest sense, a competition, Your Honor.
A competition?
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions. Only the cards, their backs wreathed in blue flame, know its final outcome.
The 3 crimes in Japanifornia: murder, wiretapping, and gambling. True.
Come again?
The cards on the table had blue blue backs, Your Honor. I believe the defense was waxing poetic in an attempt to mystify those present and impress women.
You think Christoph Gavin's into
Yeah,
women?
I assure you, I am not in it for women.
That'll be our first order of business here, then.
Christoph does
Christoph
this gay.
Gavin's sexuality.
Yeah.
To find out more about this fatal game of cards.
What are you cooking?
Knowing smirk.
Yeah, what are you cooking, Phoenix?
Very well, defendant. You will testify to the court about the poker competition held the night of the crime.
My pleasure. Oh, this is it. My first trial. Here goes nothing. Christoph Gavin. That's too easy. Come on. I am a penis by trade, yet I can hardly play at all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. The room where we play and the competition in there are the club's main attractions. The rules are simple. You play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. That's all it is. A game. And our customers are happy. Oh, thank you, Judge.
A pianist who can't play piano?
Better than a defense attorney who can't defend.
Very well. The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Imagine in moments like that, the judge is just like, I really shouldn't engage with what he just... Moving on. Right, Your Honor. First cross-examination. Don't blow it.
Are you alright? You're sweating bullets.
Bullets? Where?
It's a figure of speech, Justice. Your voice sounds strained and raspy, too.
My brain feels strained and raspy, sir.
You've watched me perform cross-examinations many times. Though you've never done one yourself, have you? Care for a refresher?
What to do? Should I ask Mr. Gavin for a refresher? A course in cross-examination? Probably not. Is there anything, like, worthwhile covering that's, like, different, or...?
No, the only new mechanics in this game get introduced in Chapter 2, I think, or in Case 2.
Okay, yeah. Well, no, Vulpix, that wasn't thrown at Phoenix, that was thrown at Justice. Because, like, the whole framing here is that, like, one of the best attorneys in the entire town has turned this case over to his apprentice. It's just like, okay, you're just gonna throw Apollo into this out of nowhere? And, yeah. But it is ironic coming from Payne, because, like, yeah. So far as the series is concerned, he hasn't actually been seen winning a case.
That's not true. He won against Furio Tigre that one time.
Yes, no, he did. The case where no one... Actually, also, can I just say, it is insane that people clock... Well, actually, no, maybe that's consistent. Because, like, the idea that people confused Furio Tigre for Phoenix was absurd, but then everyone clocks Phoenix as Phoenix despite, like, the complete change in attire. Better than what he used to be. He definitely seems like a kind of guy that would make that jab and everyone would be like, bro, what are you talking about?
Bro, too far, too soon.
Yeah. No need for help here, sir. I think I've got this one covered.
I think you'd better do more than you think. You know it, or you do not.
He was so close to winning prosecuting Luke at me. Luke also handed that case to Payne. That's a layup. If he didn't get that, that would have been embarrassing. I'm fine. Cords of steel are ready for battle. Oh my god. My weapons, press and present. It's an interesting bangle.
Find any inconsistencies, any lies in the testimony, and reveal them to the court. That is cross-examination. Learn it, know it, do it.
Inconsistencies. Lies. Phoenix Wright? As if. Phoenix Wright would never lie. It's up to me to prove it.
Just ignore all the times he's left his way to victory before.
Yeah. Definitely hasn't flown by the seat of his pants in the middle of a trial or anything like that.
Yeah. Speaking of lying, I do think it's hysterical that he beat Furio Tigre by just telling the most basic lie and getting Furio Tigre to go, no.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Here's the bottle containing the poison. No, the bottle with the poison was brown.
Yeah. Well, something Sun Tzu caloric temperament.
Yeah.
The defense may begin the cross-examination.
Competition. Alright. Open is my trade. I play it all. My real job is to take on interested customers over at the poker table. We play in competition. There are clubs and attractions. The rules are simple. Play a game of poker using 2 decks of cards. Okay. I feel like the... Oh, jeez. Does it really need to go through the entire text? Okay, I gotta remember that. It needs to go through, like, the entire text before I can move it along, so that's amazing. Let's just press these. You can hardly play? Oh, I play sometimes, when customers demand it. So I play them one song. That's usually all they want. Is that supposed to be a boast just now? The title of pianist is a mask. A respectable face I wear for the world at large.
Then why are you really at the Borscht Bowl Club?
Yeah, my job is to take on interested customers over the poker table. They pay you just to play poker? That would seem to be the case.
So,
oh, sorry, go
so
on.
fun fact, in this game, Apollo is voiced by J.P. Kellums, who's a former Capcom employee who would then become the marketing lead at Platinum for several years.
Huh.
Like all of the PR on like Bayonetta 2, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, Nier Automata, all that stuff was done by J.P. Kellums, who was the guy who's voicing Apollo in this game.
That's crazy. Although, but I guess this is long ago. This would have been long ago enough before, Platinum became a thing, because that was like...
Platinum became a thing the year after this game came out with Map World.
Yeah, right. Oh man, yeah, that's actually closer than I realized. Damn. That would seem to be the case. I'm a professional, after all. Do I detect pride in that statement? It's just hard for an honest, hard-working member of society like me to imagine... Yes. Your imagination was always a bit limited, Winston.
Oh!
Oh, get him! What? I played poker for 7 years in that little room. And I've never lost. Once. 7 years?
Yeah, it's been 7 years since they turned 3.
Yeah, I would have assumed that would have come up at some point. Wouldn't it pick 7? I would have thought like more 3 or 4, but no. Okay, interesting. What? You see why the customers come now. Defeat the undefeated poker champion. It's quite a draw. That is, I'm quite a draw. You said it. Wait, you've never lost once? Not even one time? As I said, I'm a professional. He's played poker for 7 years and not lost once. Is that even possible? Bullshit, you're lying, Phoenix! Who are we playing the competition and main attractions? Yeah, obviously. The room in the crime scene photo is an attraction? It has quite a history, actually. The Borscht Bowl Club used to be a gathering spot for black market types back in the day. The black market? all in the past. Things like the black market are only on the silver screen nowadays. Suffice it to say that there were a lot of deals being made under the table. Right there in that room.
I don't know if the black market can ever truly go away, considering it's literally just a catch-all term for any type of commerce not, approved by governing bodies.
But yeah, the thing I imagine the thing he's probably getting at there is the idea of that black market, right? Like the gangsters filing into the back of a club.
A speakeasy, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
A smoky room, gambling hoods, Just looking at this picture makes me feel bad.
The bosses gather around the table, cutting deals, safe from the eyes of the law. Meanwhile, Lagoon keeps watch through the small window. I can practically picture it now. That window does look like it would be a good for keeping a lookout, but little else. Oh yeah, in the background at the back there. There's a lot of light coming from that too. The room had a few other tricks to it, though it was common knowledge to our regulars. At any rate, they come to play poker in a room steeped in history. Despite the dark past, it was all just good, clean fun. The rules are simple. We play a game of cards using two decks of cards. Okay, this is what I wanted to scratch at. 2 decks of cards. A simple measure to prevent cheating. If you alternate 2 decks, no one can slip in cards.
There's something else I noticed. In addition to the cards on the table, there are some lying scattered on the floor. Precisely. Cards on the table, cards upon the floor. Each one forming a complete deck. A crime scene painted blue by a sad sweep of cards. It's poetic, really.
Incidentally, we use 2 types of cards at the club. One deck of cards is red, the other blue.
As I recall, in poker you make 5 card hands. I can see how it would be easy to cheat.
Something Balatro.
Yeah. Yes. A game of hands.
This competition you're talking about.
How do you know that, Judge? Are you gambling? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not a gambler. What did they call them? Hands, I want to say?
I believe the court understands the nature of the game sufficiently.
Did I get through all of the statements? I feel like there was one more.
I guess this means you press the ones that they wanted you to press.
Fair enough. That's right. It was a simple game, after all.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
People are not murdered over simple games, Mr. Justice. Defendant, you were in the room the very moment the crime occurred. Yet you claim no connection to the crime. Oh.
Now that's strange.
What's strange?
I was testifying about the competition that night. Asking me about the crime at this point is against the rules, Your Honor. Of course, I expected to hear a cry of objection from the defense. I completely let that one slip by. Gotta be on your game, Apollo. Damn it. Ready with the objection.
Don't despair yet, Justice.
Sir?
Right. There's something I would like to make clear. Namely, your connection to the case at hand. And I'd like to hear it from you.
Hello, Cookie.
Hello, Cookie.
Sure. Why not?
Very well. The defendant will amend his testimony.
Just one little press. And I've got myself a whole new testimony. Ah, okay, so we weren't quite done. I plead silence regarding the murder, but I will say I never touched the murder weapon. Oh, okay. Silence? The defendant has the right to refuse to testify. I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten everything about the law. Inside, there's just like a little bit of it. But why? That clearly puts you at a disadvantage. And it's your job to turn that around in our favor, yes? Oh, great. Like I didn't have enough to do already.
Justice, didn't you detect anything odd about that testimony?
Huh? Wait. Something he said didn't ring a little strangely. Just one thing. Now, what was it?
When you figured it out, I suggest presenting evidence. Evidence that contradicts the testimony.
I feel like at this stage, a smarter judge would look at, like, between Kristoff and Phoenix and go like, okay, can you two stop dicking around this case? We'd like to get to the point, please.
Yeah.
It's very clear that both of them are like, okay, yeah, we're gonna lead Apollo through this, and, like, a smarter judge would just be like, you're taking the piss out of this court. Can you not do this?
Kristoff's like, if our defendant wasn't too good for me, maybe.
But meanwhile, this judge has just got the popcorn out, like, yeah, okay, more testimony, awesome. You know I'm in it for the drama. Contradiction in Mr. Wright's testimony? But why? I better check the court record. I can't imagine Mr. Wright lying in a testimony.
Isn't it a little early to be jumping to conclusions? This is your first cross-examination. Take it slow. If you need more information, don't forget to press.
Judge Messy Bish, who lives for the drama. Yep, real. Right, I got it. I'm fine. Time to listen to that testimony again. Yeah, so... Oh, we're back at the... Oh, okay, I can make it, I can speed it up, that's good.
Yeah. Once you've seen it once, I think, yeah, you can speed it up however you like.
Yeah. Objection! Full of shit. So you say you didn't touch the murder weapon, this grape juice bottle, right? So I said.
Flop sweat.
Yep.
Something the matter, Mr. Justice?
Oh, that's great. Too bad our new defense attorney never learned how to play dumb.
What's this, Mr. Payne?
I examined the bottle in question, you see, and it was covered with the defendant's fingerprints. Is he wearing sandals? Oh, Apollo. Objection!
No need to shout, Mr. Justice. I can hear you just fine. Excess hearing can damage the judge's ears and our case.
But what about my cords of steel? Anyway, what's so strange about fingerprints on a bottle in a restaurant? Oh, Apollo, you brought it up as a... Oh, my sweet summer child.
There it is.
Oh, they wouldn't prove a thing if they were normal fingerprints. Huh? Super fingerprints? But the fingerprints on the murder weapon were upside down. Ah, yeah.
Upside down? What does that mean?
It means he was holding the bottle inverted, and there can be only one reason for that. We all saw it in the vignette earlier, I believe. Yes, to brain someone with the bottle. Okay. Ugh! God, the pull-back shot actually has, like, so much detail in it.
I know, right? It's wild.
Yeah. Mr. Gavin, I think things just took a turn for the worse.
Oh? I see no problem, Justice.
Huh?
The only thing that matters is the truth. There's a good reason for everything. You'll see. Defendant, can you explain your fingerprints on this bottle to the court?
I stand by my plea of silence regarding the murder. For now.
Not very cooperative, are you? This could hurt your case.
I'm sure he's uncooperative because he's hiding something. There must be a reason. Objection!
Your Honor, you seem to have forgotten something. And what might that be, Mr. Gavin? On the night of the crime, who was it who reported the murder to the police? Reported?
Well, that was the defendant, Mr. Wright. But still, that...
Really?
Yes. Well, according to the case file, the murder was reported from near the scene by a call from the defendant's cell phone. Actually in the... You got an... oh, that was an autopsy report, not case file, I guess. I was about to say, like, there's no fucking way. There's no way they're starting off the fourth game with that reference again. Near the scene? Let's take a look at the diagram of the murder scene, shall we? The victim was murdered in a small room in a basement 2 floors down from the ground level. Of course, cell phones can't get reception so far down. The defendant used the stairs in this hallway to go above ground. The call came from the first floor of the restaurant.
I see. This is the phone that made the call.
Used by the defendant to notify police on the restaurant's first floor.
The defendant could have just fled the scene of the crime if he so chose. Yet he fulfilled his duty as a citizen and reported it to the authorities. Wouldn't you claim he is being uncooperative?
Nice save, Mr. Gavin. I better not waste this.
I think the prosecution has toyed with our client enough for the time being.
Toyed? I assure you no one is more serious about...
What was it you said? The defendant was in the room the very moment the crime occurred. How can you possibly know this? That's a good question. How indeed? The answer is simple, Your Honor. The prosecution has a decisive witness.
You're as good as they say you are. So someone else was in the room of the night of the crime? That must mean they witnessed the crime.
Everything up till now has been a warm-up, Justice.
I can't believe they started letting people besides the chief of police plead the fifth. Yeah. No, there wasn't an... If there was an option, if there was a selection to be made there, one of those would absolutely be that Price killed him.
Are you ready?
Very well. The prosecution may call its first witness to the stand.
Oh. The witness will state her name and profession.
Hold on just a moment. Where's the witness?
All I see is this delicious-looking meal presented to me. I surmise that she has been frightened by the defense's demonic-looking horns. So I used a little hair gel. Relax, people.
Have no fear. If any horns point in your direction, this court will cut them off.
I can take her just because you have Phoenix and both the prosecution and the defense right now.
Yeah, that's true. Go for it.
You are sure?
I swear it's on my gavel. Please, come out.
Isn't violence against hair a crime, Your Honor?
Well, if you are sure it is okay.
Ahem. Now, the prosecution... wait a minute. Would the prosecution care to explain the witness's, paraphernalia?
Yes. She is a professional, Your Honor. Those are merely the tools of her trade.
And that would be?
My name is Olga Orly. I am employed as waitress in Borscht Club restaurant.
That tracks.
Then why the camera?
Of course, it is my pride to serve borscht at his naming restaurant. But I also perform, how it is said, other service.
I should have picked that was borscht in her hand. I don't know why that didn't occur to me.
I take it one of these other services is taking the customer's pictures?
Da. Like, for example, this one.
Already scanning the entire picture.
But that's... the defendant?
Indeed, on the night of the murder.
Man in the white hat is one who has gone kaput.
Indeed. That is the victim. Order! This is quite a piece of evidence to casually drop into our laps.
It is the same way I drop cold bowls of borscht on laps of customers. Casually.
The court will casually accept this new evidence.
Alright. Before we move on... oh, yes, good. Yeah, I thought so. Wow, the battery's being held in with a piece of tape. Oh, Phoenix. You should just buy a new one. Maybe he can't afford it. Or he just doesn't care. He's just like me, for real. No. It's the only real thing in there. Huh. And we've got this.
Yes, he is in fact wearing sandals.
Yeah, no, he is. God. Oh, wait a second. Phoenix is wearing his fucking necklace. What the fuck? Now, witness, where were you at the time of the murder?
I was in the room. The hideout, we call it.
The hideout? Excuse me? The hideout?
It is room where famous gangster bad guy was arrested. Is room where murder took place.
Okay, good. What?
You look about your surprise. It is lovely. I will post my courtroom door later for you. Da. Photos will be numbered, and you will write which ones you want copy of.
So there were 3 people in the room at the time of the crime. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and... Olga Orly, a witness. If Mr. Wright isn't the killer, that means...
Thank you, Cookie. Da, this is going to cringe compilation.
Yeah.
Very well, witness. You will testify to the court about that night's events.
Shoo.
Faithful knight.
That night, customer asked me to deal cards for a game.
Okay.
It was called What Players Played with Hats On, da. The victim, he plays whole time with hand on locket at his neck. Then, last hand is done, but something terrible has happened, da. That man flew at the victim, and his strangling him to death.
Incidentally, who won the game?
Isn't it obvious? The winner was the victim, Mr. Smith. Objection! Phoenix says he's never lost. That's ridiculous. Because Mr. Wright can't lose.
Ahem. Justice? Maybe you can come up with a bit more legitimate objection.
I love how you can tell the entire time that Kristoff is like just barely like holding back how much he wants to call Apollo a fuck up.
Yeah.
Like he's so polite, but every single line he says has this undercurrent of like, oh my god.
Yeah, like Apollo, rein it in.
Please,
Think.
please, boy,
Please.
please.
But he hadn't lost in 7 years. Take it from me, kid. It happens. I didn't lose a case my first 7 years as prosecutor either. Incidentally, I have some evidence here. Do you want to continue that sentence, Payne? Yeah. That's the hand we were looking at in the cutscene. These are the poker chips as they lay at the very moment of the crime. The hand and chips on this side belong to the defendant, Mr. Wright. Those on the far side belong to the victim, Mr. Smith.
This is a weird question, Morphy, but do you have a favorite playing card?
Do I have a favorite playing card? I don't think so. I never really thought about it, to be honest. Like, if I'm ever doing poker, and Balatro kind of reignited that in me, like, I like my pairs, which ends up, like, there not really being a favorite there. No, I don't think I do. Yeah.
I don't know why I am drawn towards the Seven of Hearts. The Seven of Hearts is like one that I consider it to be. It's like the one thing I'm superstitious about. I consider it to be lucky. I always go for it if I see it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, no, I don't think I've ever... Yeah, I think I'm too, like, thinking about the odds and hands and stuff like that for playing cards to do that. So if anything, I explicitly do not have favorites.
That is totally fair.
Chips, you say?
Duh. I said that right? I mean, yes. Imagine that poker is a war. Your hand is your army, and the chips are the spoils.
I know that. After all, in my youth, I was known as the poker head of courtroom number 3.
I think he means poker face.
Looking at this picture, it does seem that most of the chips are on the victim's side of the table.
It was legal gambling, though. He was just doing it for funsies.
Yeah, they're playing with poker chips, not real money. It's definitely...
Yeah, each of the chips, when the judge played poker, each of the chips represented a case he didn't want to take.
Oh, God.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Okay, well, I mean, there is a very obvious thing to go for. Is any of this worth pressing, I wonder? At night, customer asked me to do cards for the game. It was cold, both players played with hats on. Please hold time with his hand on the locket at his neck. Then last hand is done, but something terrible has happened. That man fluid. Okay, so that's letting me contradict. I feel like the only thing I want to actively press here is the necklace line. To see if I can dig out anything about that, because that does seem important. His locket?
I believe it was good luck charm, Da. He gripped as many times as he played that night.
Yes, he must have felt as though it might carry him to the moon and the stars.
Vulpix, I am almost certain I have seen someone make a tweet exactly like that, with the judge just saying, should I give this an innocent or guilty? Oh, sorry, did I skip that last one before you read it? No, I was reading the other one. Sorry, I lost my place.
Oh.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Oh.
Hello?
Is everything okay?
Yeah,
Hello?
you wobbled a bit there.
Okay, cool. Do we take it again?
Yeah, take it again.
Though if it were small enough to fit around his neck, it wouldn't have much lift.
So, I carried out. The fence would like a clarification. This is a locket we're talking about. I mean, a pendant with a picture in it, right? Not a rocket.
Of course, I knew that.
Shifty eyes.
It was probably a pendant shaped like a rocket. That's why she called it that.
Wait, what? Did she?
No, the judge is just covering for himself. He heard
Okay.
it as rocket, and then Apollo's like, she said locket, right?
Oh man. And here I thought there was just Kristoff rubbing off on him where he was being poetic, but no, he thought it was a rocket. No, a locket's a locket. It doesn't matter.
It's considered bad form to poke fun at the hard of hearing in our society.
Jesus. Hard of hearing or hard of understanding. So what happened next? The last hand is done. Okay. Oh shit! I didn't want to. I pressed the wrong thing. Damn it! Something terrible.
The defense will refrain from needless shouting.
Sorry. I need to seriously reconsider this vocal training thing. Okay, well, yeah, there it is. Now, Miss Orly, can you tell us what happened?
Oh, I was so frightened. Da, I trembled with fear.
Yeah, that matters. Yeah. So the thing I actually want to do is go back to the start. Or actually, you were asked to deal cards. Both played with hats on. Actually, I do want to press this. Why not? You were dealing cards. Do you do this often?
Da, I am doing this. If customer wishes that I serve anything, borscht, cards, more borscht. It is my work.
It's good to hear of a place that hasn't forgotten the meaning of service.
Welcome you to Borscht Boat Club, where borscht is as warm as the waitress.
Thank you for not handing out flyers during the cross-examination. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I want to press there, so we will present the court record. And Fluid, victim, and is strangling him to death. Nope, he was hit in the forehead. There isn't anything else. Hemorrhaging resulting from blunt force trauma to forehead, so also front arm.
April 17th, that was just 10 days ago.
Oh my god. Damn, if I timed this better, it might have been the day of. Actually, no, that would have been during the week, but... Objection! Oh, really? Strangled, you say? That's odd.
Da, normal customers only choke on borscht.
No, I mean, this report shows that the victim died of a blow to the head.
Ack!
Miss Orly? Really now? did you witness the crime? Good catch. It's like, there was a detail in, I think, Ace Attorney 2 that I completely missed, where, like, Adrian Andrews' glasses explode, and then she just pulls out another set and puts them on.
Yeah, that happens like 17 times.
Oh, it's so good. I miss the animations like that. I'm so glad I'm back into this.
Looking at the picture, it doesn't seem like he was hit. He's still wearing his hat and everything.
Yeah, now that you mention it, the hat is covering his forehead, too. Interesting. Yet, it is a fact that he was hit, Your Honor. Ah, there we go. Here's a photo we took of the victim with his hat off during our investigation. Court record? Yeah, same facial hair and all that. Is blood pooling down the back of his head? Like, I don't know if I want to believe... Like, I don't know if this would be, like, such a thing, but it is a bit odd that he's, like, kind of a bit forward, but the blood is, like, going up.
Yeah, I mean, in the picture, I think in the other picture, I think he's leaning back a little bit more.
Yeah, so it could have just been readjusted there, but yeah, it's a detail nonetheless.
Well, that's quite shocking, isn't it? This head certainly was hit.
Crime photo 2. Hat removed during investigation.
But I have seen it happen. The defendant, he lunged at victim, his neck.
Oh, really, Miss Orley? I think I've caught you in your own lie this time.
Justice. I admire your enthusiasm, but perhaps you should think this through once more.
What do you mean? I found a contradiction.
There's one more thing in her testimony that troubles me.
Very well. It seems we should continue the cross-examination.
Such a thing as thinking too much.
He's so cute when he thinks.
Yeah, this horse is dead.
The way he purses his lips.
Yeah. Let's stop beating it.
There's such a thing as thinking aloud too much, too. that gentle smile, he always accompanies the most passive-aggressive remarks.
Yeah, I also love just the acknowledgement and simultaneous refusal to explain why people can see the blue text. It's just, no, they can, shut up.
Yeah, it's funny, because the blue text is sometimes just internal monologue, and sometimes it's presented as though they're just muttering to themselves.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, I clicked out, damn it. There we go. I think this might be a good time for a break, because we're kind of coming up to an hour and a half here.
Sounds good.
And this is a good spot with at least music to go. So, yeah, we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back... Wait, did something... Actually, before we go, did something change? Victim needs to hold time with his hand, lock it at his neck, then last hand something terrible. Oh, after defendant tried to strangle victim, he hit him. Okay, she's updated her thing. Okay, cool. So we press that and go on from there. Coolio. Yeah, I was confused for a second because that looked like the same first line, and I was like, it didn't move on to new things yet. Yes.
Odd.
Yeah. But yeah, when we come back, we press more. And I'm back. Ugh. How are we doing? Hello, Cookie.
Oh well.
Hello. Sorry, I haven't had a... I've been so absorbed in things, I haven't really kept an eye on stream health and that, but looks like we're all good. Whoa. Man, I'm so interested in what the hell Kristoff and Phoenix are up to here. Because, like, this whole situation definitely reads... Well, Because now that you've kind of pointed out, like, you know, the kind of, like, collected, calm smile that Kristoff has, oftentimes kind of, like, with an undercurrent of, Apollo, for fuck's sake, please stop and think. I do wonder if, like, instead of, Phoenix and Kristoff kind of, like, both, like, nodding together, like, Phoenix has suggested and Kristoff's just like, okay, I will go along with this. Especially citing earlier on, you know, I will do what my client wishes, where it's like, oh, okay. Like, that line reads a little differently now that you've kind of pointed out that undercurrent to, him talking to Apollo. But one way we can find out is by continuing on. Okay, so she's changed her testimony, oh. Sorry, Mina, are you still there? Mina, I can't hear you if you're talking. Oh my god, I've been muted on Discord this entire time. Shit.
Oh. I just figured you weren't ready yet.
No, yes, hi, I'm so sorry. You said something earlier, and then I was starting to talk through a couple of thoughts I had, and I was like, oh yeah, Mina's being quiet because it's speculation thing, but yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Okay, to repeat myself, sorry, everyone. Now that you pointed out, like, you know, there's a little bit of an undercurrent to, like, his polite smile toward Apollo during those moments where he's basically like, come on, kid, come on, you know, you should be better than this. It makes me wonder if, like, initially they said, oh yeah, Phoenix and Kristoff are having fun with the court, but now I'm wondering, like, if it's just Phoenix. And having thought about that, and the line earlier that said, I do what my client, or I don't think he used the word seed, but I will do what my client asks. It makes me wonder if he's also like, okay, I will go along with what Phoenix wants to do here. May not actually be happy about it, because he is pretty good at concealing his, he's got a good poker face to, just pull the metaphor out.
Yeah.
Yeah, one way we can find out is keeping going. So she's now changed her testimony, which makes me think now, yeah, Phoenix has the locket now, which makes me wonder if the angle here is going to be that they're actually, like, fighting over it, and aha, look, Phoenix is actually wearing the locket, so clearly he did take it and thus obviously murdered him. And I have forgotten to click on the game again. There we go. Oh.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Right, sir. Leave it to me. There were only 3 people in the room at the time of the murder. The victim, Shady Smith, Mr. Wright, and... if Mr. Wright isn't the killer... I've got you now, Orly. Same thing as before. Okay, we press this one. Yeah, so I'm thinking now that there's going to be discussion of the locket, and then that means that we're going to have to point out that the locket's no longer with him, where is the locket, all that kind of stuff. That's going to incriminate Phoenix. Yippee! You didn't say anything about hitting before.
So sorry. I must be forgetting this, Da.
Witness, you will take greater care with your testimony.
Oh, Da, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
that clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind. And chose a simpler, blunter means to do the job. Yes, that sums it up nicely. So he strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this.
Go ahead. I believe you know what it is you need to do.
Oh, this again. Oh. Huh. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It's called both players played with hats on. Plays whole time with his hand locket at his neck. Something terrible happened after they tried to strangle the victim and hit him with bottle. Can I not look at the court record from here? It doesn't look like it. Also interesting, I don't seem to have an option to switch to profiles.
Yeah, you can't present character profiles as evidence in this game.
Okay.
I kind of waffle back and forth about that across the franchise.
Yeah, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Like, so long as it's very clear that, like, you can't actually do that and you need to present something else, it's not really a problem.
Yeah.
Though I find, the unfortunate thing about it in this game is that I can't look at the profiles while in cross-examination. Which, like, you know, so long as everything is in front of me that I need, it's not really a problem. Okay, there is one statement here that I haven't pressed at all, and that's the thing about the hats. I might as well press that. It's already April. How could it be cold?
At Borspo Club, we have pride on authentic rustic Russian restaurant theme.
AC's running 24/7.
Outside it is city in spring, but inside it is always as cold as Mother Russia.
No way am I going in there.
When it comes to hot borscht, cold is best seasoning, da?
Okay. Yeah, so Christoph is saying there's something off about something here. That night, customer asked me to deal cards for game. It was cold, but there's hats on. Oh. How'd he hit him in the... That seems a bit weak sauce. Like, how'd he hit him in the head when he had a hat on? Oh.
I mean, you pressed some, you presented something, and then after you presented it, new stuff was added. So the law of game design suggests that that new thing is something you have to add, you have to hit as well.
I guess, like, there is a question of... Oh, no, because the crime scene photos would have been taken after the fact, someone could put his hat on. Yeah, I find it weird that, like, it's specifying that the hats were there, because... but yeah, you are right. So there's something off about this. After defendant tried to strangle victim. And I didn't really... Actually, let me press this again. I'm gonna rush through this, so we don't need to go about the voice acting. I didn't say anything about hitting before. Yeah. Must be forgetting this. Must be more careful. Do we get anything more out of it? That clears up the discrepancy with the autopsy report, I believe. The defendant made to strangle his victim, then changed his mind, and chose a simpler, blunter means to do the thing. Yes, that sums it up nicely. He strangled him, then hit him? Something's fishy about all this. I mean, behaviorally, absolutely. Like, if you'd successfully gotten to strangle him, you'd continue to do that. And also reaching for an object after you've just strangled someone is risking them fighting back. So there is something off about that. I'm just not really sure what... It's probably got something to do with, like, this stuff. The more recently added stuff, I would imagine. And I saw that he's missing the pendant, so, like... I guess I could say there's no marking for the strangling, because clearly... Like, there's no evidence of that in the autopsy report, and if he was actually strangled to the point that it actually would have, like, done anything to him, I'd imagine there'd be evidence of that, which there isn't. So I guess, like, I could go that angle? I don't really have anything else, so... No. The music did not stop.
That's how you know.
Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence.
It does? I don't see anything contradictory.
You sure about that?
Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Justice.
Ah, that didn't go so well. Okay, so it's got nothing to do... there's something odd about this statement, and I agree. Tries to strangle him, and then he hits him with a bottle. Pressing it doesn't really give me much. Why is there a clean deck of cards on the table? Is the other thing that sticks out to me? Because, like, there are cards on the floor, but but the deck on the table is, like, completely neat. But at least for this, it seems a bit tangential. She also hasn't presented us with any pictures of them in the room either, which... bit of a red flag, but... Defendant and victim's chips when crime took place. And it's not like that's inconsistent with the crime scene photo, those look pretty similar. Like, yeah, the 3 cards on the left look a bit weird, but that's because they're face cards instead of just the numerical ones. I guess I could... No, it feels like I'm really missing something. Oh, I mean, there's another thing here that the bottle is, like, completely clean. Whereas, like, it clearly, like, cracked him in the forehead, right? But again, that doesn't... It doesn't feel like this is, like, connected enough to the statement I'm contradicting here. Do you want to give me a nudge, Mina?
Yeah, for sure. So, I think it is important to, you know, like I said, consider that when the game provides you with, like, a new, you know, statement or a new piece of evidence, that's probably going to be relevant in one way or another. But yeah, I think you're on the right track with the locket stuff, because she says he played the whole game with the locket around his neck, but then you have a photo where he doesn't have a locket, right?
Yeah, well, I have 2. There's this one here and this one here. Okay, so it's less the new statement and more... Look, there's a photo with... Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, new evidence and new statement is kind of like, oh, is it, whole time with his hand on locket at his neck. Yeah, I guess I could try that instead. It's like, technically you can't see it here either, but it's very clear that it's just not here there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Objection! Yeah, there it is.
There we go.
Yeah, I guess, like, yeah, this is one of those things where I'm hyper-focusing on, oh, we got a new statement, and not, also we got new evidence and where that could be applied.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. You know, there was one curious part in her testimony, just like Mr. Gavin said. But what does it mean? And I guess the hint from Gavin there, too, should have been that it's some other statement she already made that seems to be a bit odd. When he kind of when Apollo was like getting excited, he was like, hold on, there's still something off about this. And new statement comes up with new evidence, but it was actually something that had already been said. What does it mean?
Mr. Justice, would you care to explain what it is you're thinking so intensely about?
Sorry, Judge, I'm engaging big brain. Recall the testimony, Your Honor. The victim played with his hand on locket at his neck, I believe she said. I hope you aren't about to raise an objection to the witness's grammar. No, but look at this photograph.
Every time I do, it makes me laugh.
Yeah. Do you see a locket on the victim's neck?
Well done, Justice. I'm impressed. I knew you'd be able to handle this.
Yeah, second time around. But what does it mean?
If we are to believe this witness's testimony as is, the locket disappeared following the victim's death.
Lockets don't just disappear, Your Honor.
It's quite simple when you think about it. If the locket is gone, someone must have taken it off, no?
Taking it off? Wait, you don't mean...
The defendant wasn't strangling the victim at all.
Oh...
He was taking off his locket. Wouldn't that explain it? That's kind of why I was trying to draw your attention to the strangling part.
Yeah, and it stood out too, but I was like... the worst part is, like, I clearly articulated before, clearly we're going down the road of the locket, but listening to the statements after that, I went, no, hold on, maybe they were actually driving at something else, so I should have trusted my instinct there.
Yeah, trust your gut.
Yeah.
Ah! Defendant, what do you have to say to this?
Oh,
Knowing smirk.
you mean this locket? Oh my god.
Say,
Yes.
I just noticed this, but... You have something hanging around your neck, don't you?
Why in the fuck would you wear that into the courtroom, Phoenix? What are you doing? Oh, you mean this? Yes, it's a locket with a photograph inside. A photo of my daughter. Phoenix fucks? Real?
Severely.
Come again?
Come again? Oh no, sorry, that was you.
That's alright. Don't worry, I will.
For some reason, that was like, I was in judge mode.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure.
Mr. Wright, you have a daughter?
We confirmed it at the time of the arrest. The picture in the locket is indeed Mr. Wright's daughter. Huh. So Mr. Wright has a locket too? Why don't I buy that this is just a coincidence?
Well now, if the results of this poker game led to the murder...
Quick aside, we distinctly do not see if Phoenix is wearing a locket in this photo.
Perhaps we should hear a bit more about the outcome of the game?
Further testimony won't really be necessary. It's clear the defendant lost. Badly.
Miss Orley, you will testify to the court about the game played between the victim and the defendant.
Sorry, my mouse died for a second.
No, you're
Da.
Huh. I wonder if this wasn't actually a straight-up poker game, then. She seemed... To that statement, she seemed a bit, off-put. Serious competition.
The game began with a 3,500 point and chips for each man. House chips come in two sizes, small and large. The one who was winning, it was the victim. For our last hand, the defendant played with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table and...
That contradicts what you said earlier.
Indeed, looking at this picture, it does seem to be a one-sided game.
As the court knows, poker was the defendant's life. Failure must have been a bitter pill to swallow.
Ah, how many times have I heard these words? I'd done it in a fit of anger, Your Honor, and now I regret what I done. A common tale, but true.
Interesting that the game's, like, picked some moments to just, like, auto-advance.
Yeah.
He thinks the judge watches too many old court movies. Mr. Wright said he hasn't lost in 7 years, so this testimony must be wrong.
He's hinging his entire belief off of the word of a shady a shady scruffy man.
You think people would just come into this courtroom and lie? Like, yep. One who was winning, it was the victim. For last hand, defendant play with all chips on table and lose. The moment loss was decided, defendant grabs bottle from table. So, like, that does contradict what she said before, but I don't think we have anything in evidence to actually say what she said. I guess I could press that. See if Apollo... And? What happened next?
Even to think of it now, I shake and tremble, Da. I did not believe such thing would happen.
What such thing?
Please, you must believe, I had no idea. How could such thing occur?
What such thing?
Yet. The defendant had been hitting the victim. Da, I saw it all happen right before me. I saw a bottle coming down on victim's head.
Decisive, isn't it, Your Honor? My witness saw the very moment of the crime.
Remember, your first goal is to gather information.
Yes, sir. Without contradiction, here comes justice. Oh god, there's gonna be so many lines like that. Alright, I might as well press everything then, just to go through it. Are those the usual starting points? Were any special rules used?
No, not special. Usual game, usual rules.
If each man begins with 3,500 points, then the total would be... Exactly 7,000 points.
Okay, he got it. Please, this isn't calculus. It's not even long division. I'm expecting a cut to Gavin at some point, and you just see a slight twitch in his eye, and that's the only thing in the sprite that changes. Are the chips in this photo all the chips that were used?
Of course.
Something's fishy with these chips. Should I press harder? Absolutely. Maybe you could explain a bit about these chips.
Explain? What is there to be explained?
Poker chips are poker chips. They're not fish and chips. Not a chip off the old block. Oh, thanks. Now that I pressed her, I better ask something. What are these chips worth? Are they in dollars or rubles even?
Yet, as I have been saying before, it was game, not gambling. Hard perhaps for capitalist pig to understand. 2 types of chip. 100-point chip and 1000-point chip.
That's what I was looking for.
It is not money, da. Justice.
Sir?
Don't you find her comment interesting?
In more ways than one, sir.
I'd have added to her testimony myself.
Well, does the defense want the witness to add to her testimony?
Yes, I'd love to. Yes, I do think this deserves further scrutiny. Add it to the testimony. I wish I knew where I was going with this.
Very well. Witness, if you would be so kind.
Da, Your Honor.
Chip is worth 100 points. The other... Okay, so we don't get a specification of which of them. But...
We can do some math.
yeah, we can do some math. So, there are too many big chips for them to be the 1,000, so they must be hundreds.
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 1,000. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000. Phoenix is winning. Phoenix has more.
Yeah, that flipped the script, don't it?
Yeah. So he wasn't losing, he was actually winning. And then, yeah, they must have been playing this backwards. Like I can imagine it as like, you know, Phoenix is destroying this guy in poker hands, as clearly he's got more money. He's got like, what, 4,100 chips? And they bet it all on... Wait, the defendant went all in, so that would have forced the whole thing to be in for everything, because, you know, either Shady folds or accepts it, so it's all down to that hand. And then... And I can imagine it from, like, a tropey kind of way of like, okay, how about this? Losing hand wins. And then he's just like, oh yeah, okay, whatever, but then ends up with the full house there. But the key thing is that the statement she makes later is that...
This one right here, yeah. So you can probably present the chip photo on the third statement there, because we know that that's not true now.
Yeah, the one who was winning died was the victim. Nope. Oh, whoops. Objection! I'm glad I'm accidentally pressing A to examine rather than Y to present. You're sure it was the victim who won? Absolutely sure? It seems our new attorney is a bit confused. A glance at the picture is enough to tell you who won, if you're not in kindergarten. Well, I got some news for you, Payne. You've just stepped into my territory, math.
Just for safety's sake, could you explain the problem to the court?
Of course, Your Honor. In this photo, I see small chips and I see large chips. Tell me, which were worth 1,000 points? Why, the big ones, of course. Duh. Oh, I thought so too, but then the totals don't add up. The totals?
Wait. What?
Well, no, big chip good, small chip bad. What? Your Honor, this is stupid. Can we skip this, please? Let's review what the witness told us. Each man started with 3,500 points in chips, and the combined total value of the chips was 7,000 points.
The prosecution would like to use his nuh-uh card.
Yeah. Slams the desk. Fuck you mean, nuh-uh?
Yes, if my calculations are correct. Let's see, 3 plus 1, carry the 5.
Your Honor? They are, Your Honor. Now, look at this photo that allegedly shows all the chips. if the big chips are worth 1,000 points and the small chips are worth 100, and you add them up, how much is it? It's like, there were 10 bigger chips. It was like, something like 10,500, I think? Do it yourself. You aren't in kindergarten, are you? Oh, 10,000. Right, 600, because there would have been 5 on each side, big ones, 3 on each side, small ones. Yep. The chips don't add up. This clearly contradicts the witness's testimony.
But
But why? How could this be?
Exactly.
That's kindergarten math.
Now that you know the what, you must determine the why.
Right. There's only one possible way to explain this contradiction. Starting points were wrong. Chip count was wrong. No, both were right.
Both are right.
Yes.
You silly.
Each man began the game with 3,500 points. Ugh. If all the chips are indeed shown in this photograph, then there can be only one answer.
well, what is it?
The value of the chips was the other way around. Your Honor, I request that we skip this blind. What? Want to know what I think? The small chips were worth 1,000 points, not the big ones. Madness! Utter madness!
Show me that photograph of the chips again. There are 6 small chips and 10 large chips. Why, that does make 7,000 points when you add them up.
Excellent work, Justice. It's almost as though you figured it out by yourself.
I don't mean to brag, but math is kind of my thing. Well, I'm just glad I was the one who said it. But wait! The value of the chips may be different, but that changes nothing.
Indeed, the victim did have the larger number of chips still. Ah!
Exactly. If the small chips are 1,000 points and the large chips are 100, let's do a little math. Add up the points for each side of the table. Brain going into overload.
Yeah, you can hear the gears going.
Yeah, CPU fan at 100%. Oh, it's another one of the auto advanced ones.
That's okay.
But the judge did
You can
that
just-
for us.
Yeah.
Well now, seems that Mr. Wright was winning that night after all. That's impossible. My client had even less reason to kill the victim. After all, he was winning. Yeah! Now, Miss Orley, you must have known the true value of the chips, since you were there at the scene of the crime, weren't you?
Ah!
Hell yeah.
Order! Order! It appears our defendant has lost his motive. And Mr. Wright's supposed defeat never happened.
It's
We
happening
must now
again!
ask her.
It's okay, it was supposed to be cut off there.
Yeah.
Excuse me, what is it, Miss Orley?
I did not want to be saying this, but actually, you see,
See what, Miss Orley? What do you see? Or what do we see?
in the last hand, there was cheat.
A cheat? You don't mean a trick?
Wait, or do you mean a scam?
They're all the same thing.
Yes, there was cheat in last hand. That is why game ends with chips as they are.
Okay. Great. Just great. First we have lying, now we have cheating.
Well, this case certainly has taken a turn. For the interesting.
Witness, you will please testify to the court.
That has the same energy as someone will die. Oh, fun!
Yeah.
Tell us about the cheating in the final hand.
What could they possibly have Game, you good? Okay. That took a second.
Just keep on chugging.
The final hand.
The last hand, both men had full house. There is 4 of each card in deck, from ace to king. If you look at both men's hands, cheat is more obvious. The next moment, game becomes argument, the defendant's trick was exposed.
But that's... no. The aces are all unique. There isn't any duplicate suits on the other 3 cards. Plus, they were using 2 decks, so even if there was a... okay.
Took bottles in his hand. Oh, poor Mr. Smith.
The defendant had a Jupiter in his pocket. Now, you see, my full house is actually worth a little bit more than yours, Smith.
I've got the square joker, so,
Yeah, so 2 pair actually wins, thank you. Miss Orley, why did you not tell the court about this from the very beginning? I thought I smelled a cover up here. Well, folks, it's time to throw back the covers.
Full house is a very high-scoring hand. Not easy to make in my experience.
That alone is enough to suspect less than scrupulous tactics. Mr. Gavin, what's a full house? Oh no.
oh, my sweet summer child.
What? We've all been talking about gambling is illegal. God. Lawyers these days, you don't know your poker.
I can't say this bodes well. This bodes well for your case or your career.
What, do I have to learn how to count cards now? What is this, some kind of secret court poker ring?
Justice. You know the terms 1 pair, 2 pair, and 3 of a kind, yes?
Yeah, no problem. 2 cards with the same number makes a pair, and 3 makes a 3 of a kind.
Good. Now picture a hand with 1 pair, and 1 3 of a kind. That is a full house.
Doesn't sound very easy to make, does it? You can see each player's hand in this photo. Wow, they both have full houses. Yeah, and it's using all 4 aces, which I guess is like the unprecedented thing. But
Yeah.
I wasn't really paying attention to that because we know that they use 2 decks, so... like 2 different separate decks of cards. And besides, like, Orly is the one that's dealing the cards. Neither of them could have actually cheated, so someone was cheating. It might have been Orly. We forget there's an easy way to make a full house and go undefeated for 7 years. Oh? You cheat. Oh.
I thought I was going to say something more dramatic than that.
Yeah, like, actually, it's quite easy if you know this one weird trick, but no, it's just... No, he's cheating.
That is clickbait. Poker player goes undefeated for 7 years with this one crazy trick. You open the article and it just says he cheated, and that's it.
Yeah! Excellent. Clickbait achieved. God.
Click successfully baited.
Mm-hmm.
The defense may cross-examine the witness.
If he did cheat in the last hand, that still leaves one important question. Mr. Wright lost that hand. Who's ever heard of a professional con man losing when they cheat? Yeah, so much of this just doesn't add up. Which is why, like, and that's why I slipped to a trope of, like, well, actually, I'm gonna lose this hand. It's like, oh, okay. And then, like, ends up creating a full house that loses, and it's just like, oh, you, like, insult to injury kind of thing of, like, yeah, I understand this game way better than you do, and I'll prove it by deliberately losing with a hand exactly like yours. The final hand. Last hand, both men had full house. There's 4 of each card in the deck from ace to king. You look at both men's hand, cheat is more obvious, sure. So all 4 distinct aces come out in one hand. Oh,
yeah, you can
actually,
press if you want her opinion on that, though.
Yeah, sorry. Actually, no. The 2-deck thing doesn't matter, because you're not mixing 2 decks together. Well, it's... The implication, I think, was that one hand gets created, or one run, I guess, gets created from one deck, and then you use the other.
Yeah.
I don't know if there was a distinction made between, like, actually mixing them or not, but...
Yeah, I think they're alternating is the idea.
Yeah, because the whole point was to stop people from cheating, but, like, that doesn't work unless you're specifically moving from deck to deck. Yeah, so... press that. How is it clear?
Well, the defendant. He played a 5th ace.
Okay, never mind. This might just be explained by the 2 decks. A 5th ace?
I still remember both hands very well. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces.
No?
You good?
Yeah, not in neither photo does it look like that's the case. Okay. Hear the rest of this out.
And Mr. Wright, too.
Obviously, cheating was afoot. Or perhaps I should say, a hand? It's just like, huh? Huh? God.
Your Honor, perhaps this can be added to the testimony without Mr. Payne's joke.
You're right, Cookie. That is a Cookie joke.
Very well. The witness will add this detail to her testimony, please.
Okay, yeah, so that's where we're going next. Is there anything else in this that's worth pressing before we do that? Sure, it goes to strike. Comes an argument, and then Strick was exposed. And yeah, we're establishing the rules of that. Yeah, I think that's all good then. No? No. Objection! It appears the witness is mistaken.
Mistaken? What's my name?
Look, this piece of evidence clearly contradicts what you said in your testimony.
That's the photo of the chips, is it not?
Justice. Perhaps you want to explain your point in a way that the judge can comprehend. In other words, use your finger to point out your point.
Yes, please point out the contradiction in the photo.
I'm just imagining Apollo doing the Phoenix Point, but like directly at the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, here. Miss Orley, in your testimony, you made the following claim. Mr. Smith's hand has 3 aces. But as you can clearly see, the victim's hand only held 2 aces.
It's always hard to do a scream that's like loud enough to be heard, but not too loud that it peaks the mic and doesn't get picked up.
Yeah, or Discord assumes is like background noise. Because, like,
Yeah.
it tends to be, like, very wet, like, consistently held tones that get, like, washed out. Like, noise suppression is great, but in a situation like this, it can be a bit annoying.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the witness was simply confused. Perhaps it was the defendant's hand that held the 3rd ace in question. Take another look at the evidence. As you can see, the defendant had also had 2 aces in his hand. Where's this 5th ace? I see cheating, alright, and it's going on right here in this courtroom.
2 aces in each player's hand does make 4 aces total. Hardly proof of cheating.
Agreed.
Wait, please. It is true. I have seen it. The 5th ace. There was cheating, I swear to you.
That's odd. She must be lying, yet she's the most sincere I've seen her all day.
You're right to trust your instincts.
Mr. Gavin?
Who knows what lies in store for us in the trial ahead? Your Honor, if I may, I have a suggestion.
What might that be, Mr. Gavin?
If you don't mind, perhaps we might examine the actual cards.
The cards?
Huh.
Mr. Payne,
Yes?
the players' hands that night were set aside as evidence, were they not? The defense would like to request the cards be shown to the court.
Very well, the prosecution will submit this evidence. Which will you examine? The victim's cards or the defendant's cards?
These cards don't prove cheating was going on. Nothing will. Now, which of these hands is more suspicious? Which is more suspicious? Well, I mean, the king-ace combo for full house is going to be better.
Yeah. Trust your gut.
Yeah. Yeah, if I was going to pick one person that was actually cheating, it was probably going to be the one that had the near-perfect hand.
the one whose name is literally Shady.
Well, there's that too, but... It was the victim's hand that changed over the course of the witness's testimony. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. She's saying his hand, Shady's hand, was different compared to what we saw in the photo, so that's the one with the inconsistency. The defense requests time to examine Mr. Smith's cards.
Very well. Mr. Payne, if you would.
Very well. It's a regular old full house.
Well, time's a-wasting. Get to it, Justice.
You got it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so this is where that detail is kind of important. If they were mixing the decks, this is nothing. But if they weren't mixing the decks, then someone snuck in a king from somewhere else. Yeah, nothing to say here. So card backs are red. For some reason, I thought they were using blue-backed cards in the final hand. Oh, right, because yeah, there was the whole I was about to call it a soliloquy, but that's not the word I'm looking for. From Gavin about blue flames.
Yeah.
Wait, so that means he picked out fork. Oh Jesus, okay. Only one of the cards has a blue back. I'm much more of a red guy myself. Blue is so not red, you know? Thanks.
I mean, I guess he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong. Imagine being blue with fucking Phoenix standing on trial. Apollo can point 3 times faster. It's true. Yeah, none of that's changed.
I appreciate the Gundam shoutout cookie.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Professional color differentiator, Apollo Justice. Oh. Oh, God! Now take very oh my god. Pay close attention to the cards, Apollo. Apollo's already got them on their backs, like, what?
Goodness, you're impatient, you know that?
I appreciate your taking initiative now, but I had a whole speech prepared. I'm going to say the speech anyway. But I don't need...
This court does not appreciate my poetic wit. When examining evidence, be sure to view it from all angles and sides. Try using the right stick to turn it every which way, and Y and X to zoom in and out. That should give you a better perspective on the case.
You should just see Apollo doing this in the courtroom. Fucking, that's definitely a king. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, so I didn't realize I could... Whoa. Yeah, we can zoom in a lot. Oh, it's gonna make me look at him again, I guess? Oh, but there's probably gonna be comments from Gavin. Or Christoph, rather. What? Your Honor, look at this. One of the victim's cards. The back is a different color. Eh? Eh?
You didn't flip them over even once, dude?
Yeah. Yeah, this is that thing where it's I think the red, white, and blue case when no one turned the fucking receipt over to see what
around.
It actually was. It's like, yo, come on.
That is impossible. But I put that card in right hand.
And there it is.
What was that, Miss Orley? No, yet. I merely said, I have... Your Honor.
Mr. Gavin, yes?
Tell me, what is the easiest way to cheat in poker?
To cheat?
I'll tell you. One really needs a friend. A comrade, shall we say. The dealer.
Wait, so you mean this witness, Miss Orley?
She's a cheater. A professional, I'd wager. Yeah.
Huh.
Order! Order!
Is that why Phoenix has been... Yeah, so this throws into question, I guess, whether Phoenix has actually been legitimately winning or not. But then... What was... Huh. Focus, Justice. Time to take advantage of her. I mean, of her mistake.
Jeez, dude.
Come on. Your Honor? Please recall the testimony we just heard.
Are we voicing flashbacks?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay. That's impossible. But I put that card in right hand.
I trust it to at least be, like, concise enough. If we find that it's, like, repeating entire conversations, then I might, like, cut it, but, yeah.
Yeah, that's totally fair.
ago, Miss Olga Orley conspired to cheat, not with my client, but with the victim, Mr. Shady Smith.
I love his objection theme so much.
Yeah, it's good.
Ooh.
Not only did she cheat, she cheated poorly. Therefore, it's not hard to imagine an altercation between her and the victim. Oh, god damn it.
Wait, you don't mean... The defense isn't accusing the witness, Miss Olga Orley, are you?
Time for justice. There were 3 people in the room at the time of the incident. And if Mr. Wright isn't guilty, that means... I am. The defense accuses the witness, Miss Olga Orley, of murder.
Ah.
Oh no, the borscht! Oh. Phew!
She's a professional.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Payne, where's your witness, Miss Olga Orley?
It appears she has lost consciousness, Your Honor.
Mr. Justice?
Your Honor?
It seems you've presented a new possibility to the court. One suggesting a connection between the witness and the victim, Mr. Smith.
And that means...
This court cannot pronounce a verdict for the defendant at this time.
Oh wow, this is happening in the first case? Oh shit. I guess there were 4 cases instead of... No, are they usually 4?
There's 4. There were 4 in the first 2 games. The first got a 5th case added in the DS remake or port, I guess. And then the 3rd game always had a 5th case, but its 4th case was short, like the length of a first case.
Yeah, the very first and the 4th cases were both like short, sort of tutorial-sized ones, I guess.
Short Mia spotlights.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And incidentally, they're also 2 very good cases.
Yep. Oh, yeah. 3 in general is just probably the...
Oh, it's immaculate. My 3rd favorite game of all time.
What? I did it. I held out.
I see no point in prolonging the trial this day. The prosecution will need to make further inquiries.
Objection!
What the fuck are you playing at, dude? Mr. Wright? You can't end the trial here, Your Honor. Not yet. What nonsense is the defendant spewing now? Think. One of the cards had a different colored back. Don't you wonder what it means? What are you doing, Mr. Wright? Raising objections right when you're about to get off the hook? Ridiculous.
Mr. Payne, you of all people should know. Mr. Wright has a talent. For the ridiculous.
That's one way of putting it.
Perhaps we should get to the bottom of things. Let's clear up the facts about the game on that fateful night.
As was said before, we alternated between 2 decks of cards that night. That was said before. The 2 decks at the club had different colored backs, blue and red. 1 color per deck. Why use different colored backs? If we use the same color, the 2 decks might get mixed. You used 2 different colors and they still got mixed up. We used the red deck for the last game. Okay, sure, a single blue card was slipped into a hand, right?
I see, but that's odd. For some reason, I had this impression that you're using the blue cards.
Yeah, because the blue deck, or the top card of the deck on the table was blue. Which would make it look like it's the other way around, but that would be sneaking 4... Yeah, me too. I'm sure someone said something about blue cards. Kristoff. Whatever. In the end, 1 card of the wrong color got into the mix. Which means there was cheating. Yes, a card slipped into the deck would seem to indicate cheating. Yet, this card raises two serious questions. Apollo? Yes? Let's consider the first question, shall we? Think. In the last game, when was the card swapped? When? There are three broad possibilities here. It could have been swapped before the murder, during the murder, or after the murder. Well, yeah, thanks for the news bulletin, Mr. Wright. Of course it was swapped... Oh? Might be as simple as you think, Mr. Payne. Or it might not be. Ugh. I'd like to hear what Apollo thinks first. When do you think the cards were swapped? When was the card swapped into the deck? Oh, okay. So, earlier, Olga said she meant to slip that into Phoenix's hand.
Yeah.
And it was a king. So, if it happened before the murder, that would be trying to actively help Phoenix, but slipping a king into the hand he had doesn't make sense. That would make his hand weaker.
And, like, just in general, slipping those into the deck, like, it would be so obvious, right?
Yeah,
like, you
no,
would know
no.
instantly.
Yeah, depending on... Yeah, it does depend on the format of the game, but, like, it's not impossible for it to have happened before, but it also doesn't make sense. If her goal was to slip the king into Phoenix's hand, well, I guess that would make it weaker, but, like...
Because,
Sorry,
like,
hang on.
if you're holding the cards, then everyone can see what the backs are, right?
Oh, yeah, I suppose that's true, too. Yeah, yeah. So, well, yeah, so that's what I was going to get to, is that for maybe my own misguided reason, before the murder seems not to make sense. If it did happen after the murder, though, that would potentially hide the actual state of the game. Another thing to note here is that we've already established there's been a confusion between who was winning, which would explain why Olga maybe switched the cards incorrectly. So, my actual thought is that something happened during that game where an argument broke out and it led to Smith's death. So what I'm thinking is that Phoenix actually won the hand, but it was later then made to look like he lost to make it look like he would have motive.
Right.
And
so that would be after the murder,
that
then,
would
right?
only... Yeah, it could only happen after.
Okay. That tracks.
Yeah. During the murder is just like... I mean, there's almost no way you could get it in a scuffle, I guess, but, like, it would also be very obvious. So I'm just gonna say after. Perhaps it happened after the murder? What's that? Ridiculous. What's the point of cheating after the hands have been shown? That's silly. Objection! Yes, but tell me, how do you swap cards during the game? I'll take silly over impossible. Take it from me, son. There's a lot of silly in this world, but very little impossible. Oh? Even when the backs of the cards are a different color? If you pulled that during the game, you'd be caught in no time. Yeah. Because, yeah, at some point you'd have to have your cards hidden from your opponent to play poker. So it would be obvious that a different color was in there, yeah. Quite true. That would mean that the blue card in question was swapped after the hands were shown, after the murder. Yes, the entire hand must have been revealed for that trick to work, yeah. Okay, this is going past silly and straight on to crazy. I ask again, what's the point of cheating after the game's over? Who would do that? Who indeed? That's one of the mysteries before us. There's another. Oh, sorry. Oh, man.
Got terminal judge brain.
Yeah, exactly.
There's another?
Yes, a simple yet decisive question must be asked. Who swapped the red card for a blue card? Who?
The game and murder is done. The victim is dead. Only 2 remain in the room. Alive, that is. The defendant, Phoenix Wright, and our witness, Olga Orley.
Okay, so who was it that swapped the red card for a blue card? It had to be Olga. She basically admitted it. I don't know how far this history goes back. It looks like it goes back a fair bit. It's like one of the last things Olga said.
But
Oh no,
Olga is insistent on the cards being different, which implies that she did make the swap, and then something else happened to make her the information she thought she had incorrect.
Oh, I suppose that's true, yeah. Yes, because, yeah, Apollo did point out earlier that she was being sincere.
Yeah. She honestly thought that happened.
Then it would have to be Phoenix.
But why would he do that if that incriminated him?
Yeah, but and also I'm pretty sure he left the room as well.
Yeah, to call the police, right?
And I mean, it doesn't mean he couldn't have done that, but then if he did do that and Olga stayed in the room, like Olga would have had to have left the room for him to do that. And we don't have anything suggesting that's the case.
Well, you know, the old Holmesian, you know...
Once the impossible is removed, what remains is only the possible.
Must be the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, no matter how implausible.
Someone else. The one who swapped the cards wasn't Mr. Wright, of course. And, well, it doesn't seem like it could have been Olga Orley either.
What are you suggesting?
That's hardly a logical conclusion, I'll admit. As a defense, I think it only makes sense for you to name Miss Orley at this point.
Vulpix, we've got a long way before we mention that person. Yes, I know. But she was the one who dealt the cards, right? I just can't believe she would make the mistake of swapping the wrong color card.
And if the card was swapped during the game, it'd be obvious. Something you'd like to share with the court, Mr. Wright?
Oh, my apologies, Your Honor. I was just thinking how much fun all this is. Old times. Fun? How about confusing? I've no idea what the defense is claiming, Your Honor. If the one who swapped the card wasn't the defendant, and it wasn't Miss Orley, then who was it? Yeah, well, that is the question, isn't it? Precisely. Huh? I believe we're about to see this case take a new direction.
A new direction?
We'll find that, indeed, after the murder, someone swapped one of the cards in the victim's hand. And that someone made 2 critical mistakes.
I'm sure you're going to tell us that the first was swapping the wrong color card.
Because the one who did the swap didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. The other mistake was the number on the card. Right. The person replaced the 5th ace with a king. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. I'm sure whoever swapped it wasn't expecting there to be a 5th ace after all. All they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. Oh, all they knew was that the game had been won with a full house. Did I switch between... Yeah, oops. Oh. So Smith didn't have a full house at all.
Hmm.
Then where does fifth ace thing come into it? If this was actually 2 pair against a full house, then... No, and Orly seemed convinced there were 5 aces.
Interesting.
That inch do be resting. So they picked up a king from the table and swapped it in. But there's one problem. According to our case record, this person doesn't exist. True. Not until now. But you have to admit the possibility of a 4th person. Though it's more than a possibility. There was someone else there that night at the scene of the crime. What?
I believe the judge spoke truthfully earlier. You do make trials ridiculous, Mr. Wright.
This trial has proceeded on one central assumption. Namely, that at the time of the incident, there were only 3 people in that room.
I believe this new evidence, shall we say, overturns that assumption.
The problem is that you chose to conceal this information from the court.
I suppose that is a problem, yes.
Court is adjourned for a brief recess. Mr. Gavin, I'll see you in my chambers during this recess.
Certainly, Your Honor.
Very well. The trial will resume in 20 minutes.
Mr. Gavin, do you mind telling me what we're all doing here? It's clear you two both know what's going on. Can we just end this, please? But Your Honor, it's such a good introductory case for my apprentice here. Okay, actually, hang on, let's see if we can get to some music before we leave off. Okay, there we go.
That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright.
We're at we're past 2.5 hours, so probably another good time for a break here.
Sounds
Since
good.
the judge has decided it's recess. Yep. I'm gonna get water, stretch my legs, and when we come back, also, I've forgotten to do eye drops this whole time.
Yes, please drop those eyes.
I'm very good at this. Yeah, water, exactly. So yeah, when we come back, where we resume Phoenix Wright's wild ride.
Hell yeah.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Welcome back too. Oh, your talk sprite actually has like a mute symbol over it when or on part of it when you're actually muted.
That's interesting. I'm happy that it has that.
Yeah. I've been like thinking I need to do something like that in OBS specifically because it'd be really nice for to have like a visual indicator that I'm muted. So like, you know, audio problems when they eventually do happen, I can actually go like, oh yeah, no, I'm clearly actually too loud, or I'm like audio clearly isn't coming through, or at least a reassurance that I am in fact muted. I still haven't figured that out though. It's a bit tricky because like you need to hook into like a specific audio channel being muted, and I still haven't figured out how to do that.
Yeah, I get you.
That, and when I start to get into stuff that's like very much in configuration stuff like that, it starts to feel like my job. So I'm like,
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy doing that, but when I've when I've done like an 8-hour day of that and come home to do that as well, I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to do this right now.
Yeah, I get you.
All right, Phoenix, what the hell, man? What are you up to?
Do you want to take this one again?
Yeah, why not?
That was quite unexpected, Mr. Wright. Suddenly claims there was another person at the scene of the crime like that. I must ask, is it the truth?
Well, now, I think you would know the answer to that.
Ah, being mysterious, are we? Sadly, I have no time for mysteries. I'd only ask that you leave the defending to your defense in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee the outcome.
So you haven't mellowed out one bit, Christoph.
Justice,
Yes, sir.
the judge has summoned me back to his chambers, so carry on without me.
You did well, Apollo. Can I ask you something? Sure. That locket you wear, is that really yours, Mr. Wright? Ah, you're wondering about the victim's disappearing locket. Here, you can take a look at it. That's a picture of my daughter in there. Oh, it's 3D. Wait! Okay, sorry, some context, because, like, obviously I've engaged with an Ace Attorney stuff on Twitter and that.
Yeah.
I don't think I picked up that Trucy was Phoenix's daughter.
You never saw her last name?
No! Well,
That's interesting.
well, okay, to be fair, whenever something came up for Ace Attorney, like, I would usually, like, take a look at it, be like, I think I should move past this before absorbing anything. So, like,
For sure, yeah.
I would recognize characters. I probably know a couple of names here and there, but beyond that, like, I don't like try and process what's there if I don't know about it.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, it's safe. That together with the fact that sometimes my memory is a bit of a sieve. Turns out I can look at spoilers and go, huh, and then months later be like, wait, that's a thing. Okay, huh. That's interesting. I'm just surprised to hear you had a daughter. Most people are. Perhaps you'll meet her one of these days. Well, one more question. The one who cheated that night, was it you? What do you think? Huh? You know what happened 7 years ago. What I did. It's not unreasonable for you to think I might cheat. I never... Honest. But... It is odd that he managed to go undefeated for 7 whole years. Want to know something? There's only one game where you can be dealt bad cards all night and still win. Poker. Eh? You see, poker is all about reading your opponent. In that way, it's a lot like a court case. Poker is like trial law? Oh, that's what everyone meant about the not looking good for my career back then. Oh, that makes so much sense now. Figure out what your opponent is thinking, and you win. Well, yeah, but that's harder than it sounds. I think not. Try as they might to conceal it, everyone reveals their true thoughts in the end. Their body language can become a valuable source of information. You're kidding. That witness, for instance, Miss Orlin. Did you ever take a semester of poker back in law school, Apollo? She would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Oh god, we're really bringing this into the game? No. Come on, who noticed that? Words, habits, twitches, it's all information for the reading. That's the secret to winning, Apollo. Someone taught me, and now I pass the secret on to you. But I'm not worthy. I mean, there's no way I'll pick up on these signals. No, you can do it. Huh? You just don't know it yet. What's he talking about? But you will. Soon. Ah, almost forgot. One more thing. About this case. You should know, I haven't told the truth to anyone yet. What? I knew it. I have my reasons, of course. All shall be revealed. And, Apollo, I need you to be there, defending me. I need your power. My, power? I had no idea my Cords of Steel were that special. It's time. The real trial begins now. Do your best. What in the fuck is... Oh my god, we're only halfway through this. Maybe? Maybe halfway through this? Oh boy. Continue on to next chapter? Yeah, I think we can. So... just before we move on, if we wanted to do around 4 hours, usually be finishing in, like, 10-ish minutes. Do you mind going until, I think, 2 o'clock would be midnight for you? Is that too late?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
No, that's alright. I can do that.
Yeah. Definitely depending on, like, where we end up, on, other days, we can, like, cut it short, if it just makes more sense, but, yeah. Especially being the first trial, I'm kind of itching to go through it, so I do appreciate
For sure,
it.
yeah.
Press X to fire your eye lasers, Apollo. Wow, I didn't know I had these.
Court will now reconvene. Has our witness, Miss Olga Orley, recovered?
Yes, Your Honor. Well, she's regained consciousness.
Perhaps we can hear her version of the events again.
That's the thing, you see, she's quite fatigued.
You're looking a bit fatigued yourself, Mr. Payne.
Sadly, fatigue. Oh my god. Discord just minimized itself. Fatigue is insufficient grounds for refusing to testify or prosecute.
The attorney's badge gives you powers. God.
The defense would like to request that Miss Orley takes a stand.
Very well. The witness may take the stand.
Perhaps you could repeat your name and profession? Or perhaps you rather admit that you are a poor liar and a poor loser. Not.
Yeah, I thought that might have been...
Name's Olga Orley. That's the truth. I'm a pro dealer. People call me Olga Quick Fingers Orley.
Oh. Oh, really?
Yeah, when she was so sure about the cards, I'm like, okay, this is either where she like rewrites her entire backstory again, or the other thing would be a turn of like, oh, no, that is not the hand I dealt out. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Want to know something else? I'm not really Russian. And my last name sounds like, oh, really? Fuck, it keeps doing it. I don't know why.
Thanks, Discord.
For some reason, it really wants Adobe Acrobat to be the focus of my attention right now.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's the truth. I hope you're satisfied.
Witness, you will tell the court what you were really up to that night.
Fine, I'll talk. We had a plan, see?
Let me remind you that you're currently under oath. Any further fabrications will have serious consequences.
Fine. Her and Apollo love saying they're fine.
Yep. And
Like I said, I'm a pro. That guy, Smith, hired me to do what I do best. I was planted at the Borscht Bowl Club several days prior to the night of the game. As a waitress.
So you were in cahoots with the victim?
Not that he needed my help. Smith is a well-known poker player in some circles. But winning wasn't the main purpose of this game. It was about destroying a legend, the unbeatable Phoenix Wright. The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we set up a trap of sorts. I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of the games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call him out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card and the trap would snap shut.
You swapped the cards.
Exposed as a cheater and losing on top of it. It would have been a great double play. Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Indeed. Getting caught red-handed at cheating would cast down all his prior wins.
A 7-year legend destroyed by one little card. That was the plan. Oh really, Orly? How droll. But it appears you made quite a mistake.
A mistake?
I agree, the trap was elegant. Yet what happens to that planted card?
Hey, that's right.
He's lucky, I'll give him that. You'd have to be to slip free from a trap laid by Olga Quickfingers Orly.
Oh, really?
Keep doing this bit.
Yeah.
The witness would be much cuter if she dispensed with the evil mastermind shtick.
Shut up.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up,
Yeah. You sit out of this. You've had some questionable comments about women in the past, Judge. I don't want to hear shit from you.
Yeah, exactly. Cute. Who wants to be cute? I'm not cute, I'm bad. You hear me?
She do be a baddie.
When you're through being bad, perhaps you could testify to the court. Tell us about this trap and how it was sprung.
The best laid traps.
That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. And Wright lost the last hand just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him.
So he did actually lose it. Huh. So somewhat... So they... okay, so... actually, let me let this go first. Sorry. Brain's already going a mile an hour.
But the planted card was gone. The trap failed.
The next moment, Wright picked up a bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good cheating defendant.
But you just admitted he didn't cheat.
Yeah. Okay. So Phoenix still lost the hand. According to her, at least.
Yeah.
But then the cards that were switched didn't change that. I guess it just removed the fifth ace from the table, which was their plan. Like, so far she hasn't indicated that that didn't happen. The only thing that didn't happen was that the card that was planted on Phoenix was gone.
Yeah.
So why change the hand? I guess, I guess because like a fifth ace would probably look better in his favor, though that's not really. Sorry. Go on.
A surprisingly frank testimony that still leaves us mostly in the dark.
The trap was perfect, I tell you. Perfect. If that rotten cheetah hadn't messed up.
Why do you keep calling him a cheater? Look who's talking.
Well, the testimony, for what it's worth, is all yours, Mr. Justice.
With witnesses like her, who needs criminals? And with defendants like Mr. Wright, who needs prosecutors? Okay. That night I planted the card like I was supposed to. Wright lost the hand, just like he was supposed to. Then Smith searched him. The planted card was gone. Trap failed. Next moment, Wright picked up the bottle and swung it. It wasn't me who hit Smith, it was that no-good cheating defendant. Now I'm paying attention a lot more to her sprites, and I'm assuming this is probably the equivalent of what Wright was pointing out. Which, again, would make sense. We don't think, or I don't think that Wright actually hit Smith. Okay, let's start from the top. This planted card. Which card was it exactly? Thank you, Apollo.
Trump card. The 5 of hearts.
Parts. Okay, real quick, I don't think that was visible anywhere in the photo. That's probably an unreliable one to look at either way. 5 of hearts is not on the table. Okay.
Let me guess, Mr. Wright was to have switched the 5 with the ace to make a full house. At least that's what you were going to accuse him of doing, thereby ruining his legend.
I slid into Wright's pocket.
When was this?
Why, before the match, of course. While he was eating. At the Borscht Bowl Club, we serve borscht. And suckers.
Remind me never to go there.
Of course, the card was to make its grand debut during the game. Like a good borscht, a good plot must be cooked up early and are allowed to thicken.
Right, lost the hand just like he was supposed to. Okay. So, everything went according to plan. Exactly. Oh, sorry. Fuck.
Exactly.
You caught the Brooklyn Rage.
Yeah, I really have.
The 5th ace came up, so it's obvious the switch went off without a hitch.
Okay, so the 5th ace was on the table. Also, we haven't looked at Phoenix's hand, which, now that I'm thinking about it, is a little off as well. Oh, yeah, we had to select the victim's hand, and that was set up earlier.
Yeah.
Which means we explicitly no one has looked at Phoenix's hand.
Yeah.
Huh.
Once the extra card was found in his pocket, Wright would be forever known as a cheat and a fraud.
There are worse things to be known as, I suppose.
Tell us what happened with the search. The planted card was gone. The card disappeared?
Yeah, my trump card, the 5 of hearts. Gone, without a trace. Poof, zippo. We searched every nook and cranny,
Ma'am?
even inside his cute little hat.
But the card was nowhere to be found. Is this correct?
Never in my long, storied career. Never has Quick Fingers Orally ever been so readily duped.
Oh, really? So what did happen to that 5 of hearts?
Don't look at me. Why don't you ask that cheating, lying, two-faced defendant?
So the 5 of Hearts is still missing in action. Wait, isn't that a little odd?
What's odd?
You searched Mr. Wright, thoroughly, and found nothing. Which means he didn't cheat. Which means he had no reason to strike the victim.
Well...
Hello? What was that just now? I sensed something.
Something wrong, Mr. Justice?
No, nothing, Your Honor. What to do? Can I press her a little harder? I mean, yeah. Miss Orley, you're hiding something.
What are you talking about? You? Me? Quick Fingers Orally? Hide something?
The defense will refrain from baseless accusations. I have one question for the witness, then. You say you saw the moment the defendant hit the victim. Is this true?
Of course it's true. I did see it, honest. I saw it when Wright hit him. With my own eyes, I saw it.
What's this weird vibe I'm getting? That witness, for instance, Miss Orley, she would touch the back of her neck during certain parts of her testimony. Did you notice? Touching her neck, was it? What a... Whoa, what's going on? This sensation, it's coming into focus. There, that twitch, it's so clear. It's like I could perceive her habit like I couldn't before. Oh, this is interesting. Gotcha! You just yelled that in the courtroom?
Yep.
Activate Shinigami eyes, god damn it. Miss Orley, perhaps you're unaware of this yourself.
Unaware of what?
Whenever you get to a certain part of your testimony, touch the back of your neck with your left hand.
My neck? So what? What indeed, Justice? I hadn't noticed anything of the sort.
When she says that part of the testimony, she's subconsciously recalling something. Her body reacts to the memory and she touches her neck. I'm sure of it. Memory? Someone care to explain what he's babbling about? Listen, I know Mr. Wright went on some bullshit earlier, but this is just absurd.
This is highly unusual. But let's ask the defense. You claim the witness is remembering something. Maybe you have evidence of this memory to show us?
Her habit is scratching her neck whenever she talks about the moment of the crime. So, what would remind her most of the moment of the crime? What would remind her most of the moment of the crime? Miss Orley, whenever you recall the crime that night, you scratch your neck. I've noticed it happens when you think about the moment of the crime. There must be some reason behind this habit of yours. I believe the weapon that left an inerasable impression on your neck is this. Is it locket related? God, this is throwing me for a fucking loop.
Well, there's only one weapon that we know of.
I believe the weapon that left an immeasurable... Did he actually get hit in the neck or something? Yeah, like, it is... Yeah? Whenever she talks about the moment of the crime, she touches her neck. What reminds us more of that moment than this bottle, the murder weapon? But something doesn't fit. If you were only the witness to the crime, why would that make you touch your neck like you're in pain? What's he talking about now? Oh, it was Mr. Smith, the victim, who was hit, not you. This is a cross-examination, not a cross-wild conjecture. The witness's habits? They're completely irrelevant.
Lucius, I'll admit I'm a bit confused myself. This is certainly a unique cross-examination.
I'll explain later. Just trust me. Now's our only chance to break her. Miss Orley, please testify in detail about the moment of the crime. The very moment.
Yet, I am knowing nothing.
You can't pull that trick on us! You already revealed yourself! We know you're not Russian.
The witness will testify, please.
Now. Fine.
You people are no fun. He's the one who did it. I didn't let him out of my sight until the cops got there. Nope. That's not true. You seem uneasy.
You try standing up here.
Eyes are darting all over the place. It must be getting warmer. Tell me, after the crime, what was the defendant like?
Well... He must have been stung by the weight of his crime. He sat in a daze at that table until the cops came. Intriguing.
Do we have... Oh, yeah, no, it's the phone. Used by the defendant, notify the police from the restaurant's first floor. Yeah.
I believe you've gotten all the testimony you're going to get out of this witness. So, what do you think about her testimony?
I'll tell you what I think. Her testimony is fine. And by that I mean flawed. Is basically bogus. It contradicts the evidence. What's that?
Well... Show us the evidence, Mr. Justice. The evidence that you claim contradicts the testimony.
She didn't let him out of her sight until the cops got there. I know there's some evidence that contradicts that. Miss Orley, we have a record here that clearly contradicts what you said. It states that the police were alerted by a report from the defendant. damn it. Hey, I'm testifying here. Sorry. I was choosing whether or not to actually use that now or when we cut back to her, and I just paused too long. And we know that the defendant left the room, climbed the stairs, and made the phone call from the first floor of the Borscht Bowl Club. So explain how you kept your eyes on the defendant when he left the room entirely. Oh no, the Borscht!
The man who picked up a bottle and swung it that night wasn't the defendant.
He hit you, didn't he? Like, you son of a bitch, you were meant to make this work, and it didn't.
What a bastard.
Showdown time. You dirty cheat! Check his pockets, now! Well, that actually might be...
It's gone. The card's gone.
You lose.
Ah! Just then, Smith grabbed the bottle from next to right, and he hit me.
Yep. You, some master of cheating you turned out to be.
Ah! When I came to,
The victim was already dead. Is that it?
Huh.
that's why I couldn't reveal who I really was. If it came out that I was in league with Smith, I'd be a suspect for sure.
Well, where does this leave us?
Fucking nothing. No one witnessed the crime now. Madness. This is madness. I'm dreaming. It must have been me who was hit with a bottle, and I'm imagining all of this.
It appears our prosecution is at his wit's end, and frankly, I can't blame him. Mr. Gavin, what do you think about this turn of events?
Mr. Gavin? Sir?
I believe that as a defense in this case, we are compelled to call Miss Ollie a big, fat liar. What? 3 were in that room the night of the murder. The defendant, victim, and her. And she has a motive.
A motive?
Her plot foiled, the witness got into an argument with her client, Mr. Smith. And the denouement of that argument was murder. What? I'm no killer. It's a trap. Someone's trying to frame me.
Yeah, I kind of agree. What tangled webs we weave when we practice to deceive. So tangled we catch ourselves in the process.
Mr. Wright?
Such a hasty conclusion. It's not like you, Christoph Gavin.
What are you saying?
Why not consider the other possibility? That there was another person in the room at the time of the murder. Right, like Mr. Wright was saying before recess. A single card was swapped into the victim's hand after the murder, and the one who swapped the card didn't know 2 colors of cards were being used. A 4th person. Ha! This theory again. Your 4th person doesn't exist. Indeed. That's why I decided to bring this case to court. Here, where there's no escape, and no chance for deception. Perfect place to catch the real criminal.
The real criminal?
And we're in luck. A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us. And right at the beginning of the trial, no less. What? Apollo. Perhaps you know what I'm talking about. No! A clue to the real criminal's identity was kindly provided for us, and right at the beginning of the trial. So I think the first 3 things we had were these.
Yeah.
And the very first thing we got was the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Sorry. Remember what I said. The 4th person who swapped the cards made one critical error. He or she wasn't considering the color on the backs of the cards. Right. But how could such an obvious mistake occur? Cards used for the last game were red. Yet, there's one person here in our court who thought those cards were... What the fuck? Oh my god? Yeah, I had that impression too. But why? Well, Apollo, think you can figure out who it was? It's not me, I swear.
Who is this 4th person?
Why do I always get put on the spot like this? Let's see what the defense has to say. Who was it? Who thought the cards used in the final game were blue? Yeah, it was Kristoff. As I expected. Your eyes and ears are as sharp as your hair. It's a trait in all good lawyers. I was right? Kristoff Gavin, you were the 4th person that night. But of course Mr. Gavin knows the color of the cards. How would he? As you can see, the photo of the crime scene is black and white. And you can't tell which of the cards are blue. One's on the floor or the table. More importantly, there is a blue deck sitting on the table.
Ah.
But... okay, so so granted, he definitely thought the cards were all blue. But if he was in the room, wouldn't he have noticed the cards on the floor might have been different colors? I guess we have to call the question when they hit the floor. I'll let this one ride. Yeah, you can't tell which one's blue. But look! You can see the colors in this photo. Yes, but when he said the cards were blue, it was well before this evidence came to light. Yes, that was incredibly early on.
It is true that the defendant was engaged in a game of poker with the victim. Yet it was only that, a game, in the purest sense. A competition, Your Honor.
A competition? Hey, Luca.
Hello.
This is one where Phoenix is hot. Yeah, it sure fucking is.
Yes, a test of wits, a silent clash of passions.
Like, Ace Attorney already has, like, a lot of, like, gay subtext and whatnot, but, like, man, this first case hit you with 2 really hot men right out the gate.
Yeah,
like, oh,
they
fuck.
they have Axe's energy.
Yeah.
They talk to each other like they're divorced.
Yeah, they do. They really do.
Phoenix is burnt out stoner phase. You're so right.
Yep.
He definitely has like probably like a he probably has like two spliffs and like a dime bag in his hoodie pocket.
Yep. And yet everyone focuses on the grape juice for some reason.
That's his cover.
Yeah.
Only the cards, the backed wreath and blue flame, knows its final outcome.
Motherfucker was too poetic and it gave him away.
Yeah, really. Well, Kristoff? Mr. Gavin?
Mr. Gavin, is something the matter?
He has a bong named Charlie.
No, nothing. Excuse me, it was just so sudden. Right, you aren't seriously accusing me, are you?
Oh, Kristoff? You know even I'd never take a joke this far. Yeah, there it is. Divorced energy, 100%. This has gone beyond ridiculous, beyond dumb. This is insanity. The defendant accusing his own defense attorney of murder? I assure you, I'm quite sane.
I assure you, it's quite
Everyone in the court, are you sure about that? But what possible connection could Mr. Gavin have to the victim? I wasn't aware that I had a connection to Mr. Smith, either. Yes, but Mr. Gavin and the victim had never even met. Well, what if they have? Huh? There is a possibility, after all. They may have met that night before the game started.
What are you suggesting?
Is this the truth Mr. Wright was staying silent about? Well, only one thing to do. Mr. Wright, the defense would like, to...
The defense would like to request no such thing.
Mr. Gavin?
Testimonies must relate to the case. How could anything happening before the game of poker be related?
We just outlined that Olga had set this whole thing up beforehand. Is that enough?
I'm not sure I follow, Mr. Gavin.
As I explained before, the defense believes that Ms. Orley...
Am I to assume you speak for Mr. Justice in this? He is the defense, not you.
Oh dear.
Oh, bother.
Mr. Justice?
Like, right at that moment, Kristoff is like, oh, that's why he requested Apollo.
Yeah. Fuck. Nicer.
Mr. Justice, the matter of Mr. Wright's testimony is up to you.
Oh, okay.
Does the court, in your opinion, need to hear Mr. Wright's testimony?
You just slightly pan the camera over and you just see, Kristoff with, like, the glasses shaded over Sprite, just, like, behind Apollo, like, yes, tell us the court what you think. Hear the testimony. This was Mr. Wright's strategy. He was planning this all along.
I love how
Well, go on.
Phoenix, like, he pleaded the fifth specifically so that he wouldn't give away any information to try and lure Kristoff into a trap, and he fumbled his way to it, like, immediately.
Yep. Just like within 3 lines of opening statements, Phoenix is like, oh, got him. God.
Like, wow, that was disappointingly easy.
Yeah. He sure is, Cookie. He sure is. And I intend to see it through. The defense would like to request that Mr. Wright testify to the court.
And to Justice, you would betray me, your teacher.
I don't know if it's worse or better that he's not looking at Apollo when he says that.
I know, right? He's got this, like, sinister, polite energy to him.
Like, yeah, like, the more polite he gets, the more worried you should be.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, Mr. Gavin. This isn't about loyalty. This is about the truth.
Very well. The defendant, Mr. Wright, will take the stand, please.
Appetite before murder. That evening, Kristoff and I had dinner. We sat at the table in this photograph. Oh! Okay. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. The girl was knocked out cold, and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. Wait! Phoenix! The shady guy you were playing cards with hits a woman with a bottle, and you walk out of the... Well, I guess you want to get back up. I completely understand that, but the fact that he, like, there's no indication that he actually tried to intervene is just like... Really?
He was like, well, that's fucked.
Well, oh shit, someone better call the police, and just casually strolls out? Yeah, the shady man named Shady. No, diegetically, no one realizes that's the case until they can make a joke out of it. Otherwise, the cases would be over in seconds. Like, what? Oh, sorry. Mr. Saw It was the one that did it? Wow, color me surprised. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Okay. Sorry, it was D-Killer? Yeah, really.
Mr. Gavin, you were at the Borscht Bowl Club the night of the murder?
I dine with him rather frequently.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Divorce proceedings. It's hungry work. And he talked to the defendant on the phone directly after the murder? Quite against my will, I had become involved in a murder. I thought I might be in need of a lawyer, so I called him. Yeah, which was the conversation we overheard in the cutscene, if I recall correctly.
You were planning this all along, weren't you, right? Just because you wanted to drag me into your little murder trial?
The only thing I want is the truth. As I did back then, and now.
I thought my office was doing you a favor when we took on your defense. It appears that I was wrong.
Very well, the defense may cross-examine the witness.
Choose this.
Sir.
He's lying, and you're going to expose him.
Understood, sir. Mr. Gavin versus Mr. Wright. This can't end well. Why can't I have a normal trial? Yeah.
Which dad will take Apollo in the divorce?
Yeah, really. Who's getting Apollo in the split? Okay, that evening, Kristoff and I sat at the table in this photograph. Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. When the trap failed, Smith hit the witness. Or, sorry, hit the waitress, which I guess is also the witness. The girl was knocked out cold and Smith was uncontrollable. I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead, blood streaming from a cut on his forehead. That's when I made another phone call to defense attorney Gavin. Okay, I think we're just gonna start from the top here. Nothing leaps out immediately. It's literally what the divorce court proceedings were titled. Yeah, really. It's happening again. You had dinner with Mr. Gavin? Yes, he dines with me at the Borscht Bowl Club quite frequently. We were enjoying a usual dinner at our usual spot. As usual.
They have a usual spot.
Yeah, wow. Usual? I always eat at the table closest to the piano.
I see. Where Mr. Smith was sitting.
So the plates and such on the table were from your dinner? Indeed. The remnants of my meal with Kristoff. We dined for 2 hours, then Kristoff left. After that, Shady Smith walked in 5 minutes after Kristoff left. 5 minutes? So the two of them could have passed in the restaurant during that time? That would have been a faithful encounter, to be sure. Oh, Mr. Wright. What was it you said? Kristoff Gavin and Shady Smith may have met? I believe I did say that. Here I was all nervous about this meeting, and now we hear they just passed in the hall.
That does seem a little weak as a pretense for murder.
Oh, it would be, if that were all that really happened. Come on, Mr. Wright. What are you hiding this time? When the trap failed, Smith hit the waitress. Ugh. I must be seeing the W and the S's and just thinking witness.
Yeah.
Brains are dumb. About this failed trap. This is the same trap that Miss Olga Orley mentioned.
The plan was simple. Elegant, really. You see, we used to have a trap of sorts.
Please don't go through.
I was to plant a card in Wright's pocket beforehand, and then deal 5 aces during one of their games. When their hands were revealed, Smith would call them out and search Wright. He would then pull out the planted card, and the trap would snap shut. Oh, it gets so good.
Oh, wow, we're really going through... Okay. Oh, jeez.
Just like that, the legend would be dashed to pieces.
Probably didn't need the last, like, 3 or 4 statements, but okay. I remember Luca, pointing out that the game does that a lot. I don't feel like I felt it was unnecessary in the last games, but you're going to be saying that so much through this trilogy? Oh, no. You did say that a lot. I guess, like, I was only thinking about the first 3 games, which, yeah, there might be an uptick in this, but, yeah. Yes, harmless prank, in essence. It was by a quirk of fate that I happened to discover it. A quirk? I happened to put my hand in my pocket and found a card. The card she planted? Yes, snuck a peek at it and found it was the 5 of Hearts. I had a feeling something might happen, so I disposed of the card before the game.
Disposed? Where?
There was an empty bottle of grape juice I had been drinking right beside me. I threw the card inside the bottle. Can I? Yeah. No, that is empty. Though I guess he could be talking about something that was in the restaurant, not necessarily down in the game room. An empty bottle of grape juice? The murder weapon? Oh. Yes, I rolled it up and shoved it in. The colored glass makes it hard to see.
A battle of wits between the deceiver and the would-be deceived. That sounds like terrific drama.
Yep. A card inside the murder weapon. That's strange. Did the police miss it in their investigation? Maybe I'll take a look.
Mr. Wright, the poker head of courtroom number 3 approves of this battle of wits.
The poker head. Yeah, Luca, the judge is like always a fucking riot.
Please revise your testimony with this new information.
So the card's not in there. Yeah. No. Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. I've examined the bottle and I don't see any card in here. No?
What, Mr. Wright? Surely ellipses isn't all you have to say for yourself.
I can't say that I know what happened to the card. I did put it in that bottle, however. Huh?
Perhaps a 5th person came and took it out. Oh, and a 6th person could have helped.
Mr. Gavin, Mr. Wright is your client.
My apologies, Your Honor.
I won't have you disparaging our investigation either. We looked inside that bottle. There was nothing. They said the 7th person is the lucky one. I like to imagine that the judge spoke as a 2-minute silence like Dr. Kuma would. Yeah. Just prolonged silence. So, what's going on? He's so pissed. If he were any less reserved, he'd be like, oh, and maybe a 5th person came in. Like, but the fact that he's just... Oh, go on.
If he sent that as like a message, he would be adding like 5 rolling laughing emojis after it.
Yep. With a couple of skulls in there for good measure.
Yeah, the emojis you only use when you're madder than you've ever been in your entire life.
Yeah, exactly. So, what's going on? Is Mr. Wright hoodwinking us again? Yeah, like, at this stage, it's like, damn, he's been really good at this. Is he lying to me right now, then? Or did the card just disappear?
In any case, please continue the cross-examination. I'm afraid decisive contradictions call for decisive evidence.
Oh.
Push him harder, Justice. Rake him. It's just you and the witness in the ring. Go for the KO.
Ugh, why do I get the feeling we're not on our client's side anymore? God, why is he written so gay? Yeah. It's, yeah, like, I remember, like, there being a discussion about how, like, Shu Takumi didn't really see, like, that thing in, between Phoenix and, Edgeworth, which, like, yeah, like, a lot of people who either don't see, or, like, don't focus on that kind of thing, or just aren't queer, would not see that between two characters who would have to be queer for that to be a thing. But I find it funny that in this one it's, like, even less subtext. It's just... like, it's vindictive to a level that I'm like, oof. Christoph, what...
They're...
Do you need to sit down?
Fanfic, it's so funny that, like, not a lot of, like, ship fanfic exists with these two, but a lot of, like, ex-lovers type stuff exists for them.
Absolutely. Not a shred of it is during their actual relationship. All of it is just... like, them sitting at a table in the Borscht Bowl Club, and then one of them makes a snippy remark, and then they just stare at each other.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Right, so we're back to this stuff. He was knocked out cold. Smith was uncontrollable. Right, so... yeah, Christoph is saying continue pressing, so I've done the first 3, now it's to the back 3. What are these again? Knocked out cold, Smith was uncontrollable, I left to call the police. When I returned, he was dead. Okay. How in the fuck must that have worked? We briefly saw a diagram of the room. There seems to be only one entrance into there. And I find it hard to believe that there would be another entrance from the first floor to the basement. Is this a remastered track, or have I listened to AA4 OST in a while? This is what's in the PC trilogy, so it might have been. Mina, do you?
Yeah, it's like remastered a bit, but I don't think it would be any different from the version you played, Luca, because that was also an HD version.
I mean, besides, like, maybe an emulation thing crushing the sound a bit, I can't imagine they would have remastered it for this.
Yeah, I think not even the original trilogy has remastered music.
Maybe just used to how good the soundtrack of TGAA2 is. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Great Attorney soundtrack just slaps all over the place.
Oh, a while to go before I'm going to hear that. You made the call to the police from the first floor of the restaurant, correct? Exactly. Cell phones don't get a signal down in the hideout. Was anyone else on the first floor at that time? Not a soul. It was the middle of the night, after all. So there in the darkened restaurant, I called the cops. After making the call, I returned to the hideout. It didn't seem right to leave the injured waitress alone. When I returned, he was dead. So what the fuck? And when you returned, the victim was already... dead. Yes. I'll admit, I was a little startled when I walked in.
A little.
He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. I guess I'd be startled too if I walked in on a scene like that.
How did he know that?
He did also do the look away thing, and now I'm paying far more attention to the actual like sprite work now in terms of like the emotes and that, because I noticed like, yeah, this one here he's also doing the smirk, and that's the only one where he is actually doing that, and which is similar to Olga's like back of the neck, but also it is very like. It's kind of funny that he points that out, and then immediately you're faced with a character who's got his hands firmly in his jumper pockets.
Yeah.
He's also making me miss the sprites all over again. Yeah. Right. Oh, no, we just did this one, didn't we? And
Yeah.
we returned, yeah.
But consider what he's saying, though.
I was startled when I walked in. He was bleeding from his forehead, after all. They're on the way out soon. Yeah, I'm aware. We talked about it earlier about like how around like if I recall correctly, around the time of Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton is when after that the Ace Attorney series went through the 3D ringer.
Yeah, Ace Attorney Investigations 2 is the last sprite-based game that they've made in this series, so savor those, because some of those are really good. They have some crazy elaborate animations in that game.
Yeah, they've been on my mind, but like, yeah, less than these ones, I think. Maybe I should do them in between Great Ace Attorney. He's bleeding from his forehead after all. But I mean, he did walk back in, so like...
But take a look at your evidence, though.
Oh, the hat, right.
Yeah, they didn't know that he was bleeding from the forehead until they took the hat off during investigation.
So then Wright saw it, but that would mean that either he or someone else put the hat back on.
Mm-hmm. Either way, there is a contradiction there.
Yes. I might just press this one for the hell of it. Could you explain why you called Mr. Gavin? I'd obviously gotten involved in a rather sticky affair, and I figured Kristoff's law officers would give me a friend rate for my defense fees.
Ah, glad to hear you intend to pay.
Oh, I'll pay in full, Kristoff. It was I who got you involved, after all.
You may find the price of your defense quite high, my good friend. Quite high.
I was about to say, like, unchecking the friends fee box.
Here's a good question, though. Legally, if your defense attorney is convicted of murder, do you have to pay the fee?
Yeah. Your Honor, my defense tried to accuse me of being the murderer, and he was the murderer. Do I have to
invoke? I would like to invoke the whoopsie daisy clause.
Yep. Is this the truth that Mr. Wright was talking about?
Justice, you know what you have to do. He's lying. Expose him. Now.
Yes, sir. It's almost like you knew he was gonna make that comment. I have to think. What's Mr. Wright trying to tell me about this testimony? The truth has to be in there somewhere. Okay. Cut on his forehead, yeah. So, I should present this, because hat removed. Well, yeah, hat removed, yeah. I would assume either could work, because they're kind of intertwined. Like, you have to present both of them to make the point, but yeah. Well. Objection! Mr. Wright, if I may. Yes. Take a look at this photograph of the crime scene. See the victim here? He's wearing a hat. I wouldn't think you could see blood on his forehead. Good point.
Justice? Next time you point out an inconsistency, put a little more oomph into it.
Mr. Wright, can you explain this to the court?
Ah, I forgot to mention something. I was the one who put that hat on his head. Oh. Huh. Eh? You
put the hat on the dead man's head?
He wore it through our entire poker game. After calling the police when I returned to the scene, his head was in full view, shining bright, just like in this photograph.
And?
I picked his hat up off the floor and put it on his head. Why'd you do a thing like that? All I can say is, I'm sorry. That's the only thing I touched at the crime scene. That's also not true. Although I guess we now have an alternate reason as to why his fingerprints were on the murder weapon, is because he shoved the card in there.
Mm-hmm.
So, Miss Orley didn't see it? It being the victim's, his head? I think not. She was out cold. I believe I was the only one who witnessed his head.
Ah, here we go again.
Mr. Gavin?
Ahem. Pardon.
Denny's cookie.
It just seems that our client is determined to lie his way through this case.
Hey, he's still our client, isn't he? Shit, I just realized we've blown past, midnight for you.
It's okay. We can finish up this. There's another break coming pretty soon. So.
Okay, yep, fair enough. Hey, he's still our client, isn't he?
I believe that's enough of that.
Mr. Gavin?
This witness's testimony is more like a travesty. It's riddled with lies. I'm beginning to see how you came to lose your attorney's badge 7 years ago.
Well, you certainly have a unique way of treating your clients, Christoph. I never knew.
I believe it was you who threw the first stone.
It's all 7 years ago. I was surprised you guys were going this late when I tuned in. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be completely honest, I've been so absorbed in this, I haven't been paying attention at the time. Mr. Wright, if you intend to ever tell the truth about this case, it's now or never. Don't be misled. I haven't told a single lie here. Eh? When I noticed the trap, I put the card in the bottle to dispose of it. And when I put the hat on the victim's head, well, let's just say I had a reason for doing that as well.
Reason?
That reason is right here. Your cell phone? That night, recall that I spoke with defense attorney Gavin after calling the police. There's always some case in the past that influences current events. Oh, always. I mean, Phoenix is depicted here as no longer being a lawyer. Like, some shit happened. After calling the police. Didn't he go back downstairs and then go back up? Oh my god, was he top? Just in case I recorded our conversation. Ooh.
What's this?
Now that we're all here, I see no reason why I shouldn't play it back for the court. Oh my god. Damn. Christoph, I seem to be in a bit of trouble.
What's this? Game not going well?
Something like that.
That gentleman who challenged you, he turned out to be good.
Phoenix, I said some shit. You can't just record me without telling me. He turned out to be dead. Someone hit him. Hard.
Mr. Wright did not tell me you had Discord clips on. You mean someone cracked that flawless bone china plate? Again, you're getting too poetic, dude.
How do you know he was bald? He was wearing a hat, you ass. God! He can't stop himself.
It wasn't you, was it?
Me? Please. The cops should be here any minute. I'm in your hands, should it come to that. You wrote how long of a call-out post? Yeah. Bone china plate? Kind of porcelain. Very smooth and shiny. And not plate, but pate. I believe he was referring to a certain gentleman's balding forehead. Ah, Phoenix put the hat back on so no one else would... Yeah, okay.
Ach, lieben, Mr. Wright. This Google Doc is 65 pages long.
What do you mean half of it is all receipts?
The court appreciates the defendant's discretion in not indicating my forehead.
Wait a second. Something's not right about that phone call. So, after Mr. Gavin ate dinner with you, he left the Borscht Bowl Club. Most certainly. Then how did he know? When did he see this bone china pate?
Oh, that's right.
Yes. That was when I began to see my good friend in a different light. Troubled, I returned to the scene of the crime scene. And when I spotted Mr. Smith's head again, I realized exactly what was wrong. Well, Mr. Gavin, the stage has been set. Perhaps you would like to explain this to the court? Exactly how did you come by your privileged knowledge of the victim's head?
So, this is your reason. The reason why you put the victim's hat back on.
This is honestly some real Ellen Light shit. Yeah. Just like two people who are very confident at like concealing things having to kind of like back and forth with each other. It's fucking great. And this is the introduction to the game as well. Jesus.
Yeah.
Your point, Mr. Gavin?
It's come down to this, has it? Phoenix Wright.
Order. I will have order. Mr. Payne,
Yes, Your Honor.
I believe this court has been left with no other choice. Are you prepared to hear Defense Attorney Gavin's testimony?
Eh? Well, as the prosecutor, I...
Very well. We'll break for 10 minutes. After which, Mr. Gavin will take the stand for a cross-examination. Are we all clear on that?
Crystal clear, Your Honor.
Very well. This will be the final recess for the day.
No, Luca, it really feels like the judge is like, Mr. Payne, you're the prosecution, you should be handling this. And he's just like, what? I have to... And he's just like, okay, we're gonna hear the testimony. Payne's clearly out of his depth here.
Oh, this is happening on 420. Hell yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
You know that Phoenix is fucking blitzed as hell in there.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the case ends, Gavin's like arrested, and Phoenix is just like, hey Christoph, and he's just got he's got a fucking spliff in his hand, and like Christoph looks down, looks back at him, and just like turns away, not a word. Like, yeah, yeah.
He's doing the Ralsei huge blunt pose.
Oh, that's my favorite. Oh, please tell me if I advance the dialogue, there's gonna be some thing here. Oh, actually, I should, yeah, that didn't ask me to save yet. Crap. Well, it's probably gonna ask me to save going back in?
No, I don't think it does. I think this is like, it's not like a real break, it's just like a narrative break.
Okay. I'm really hoping we cut to Phoenix and there's some music in the background so we're not sitting here in silence. Mr. Gavin and Mr. Wright are both in the judge's chambers. Oh. Who'd have thought today would turn out like this? May I? Oh! Trucy.
It's her.
Huh? What? Please pick a card. Who... What?
I can be here if you want. That way we get some back and forth.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'd be good.
Hello, sir. Please pick a card.
What's all this about? Is this one okay?
Excellent. I have a message for you. The last hand is about to be played. You'll need a trump card to make it.
Is this the fucking Five of Hearts? A trump card?
The card you have chosen is magical. Use it wisely, and the game is yours. That's all.
Oh. An ace. Where do I remember that card from? That would be the 5th ace. Huh. It must have happened when the thing... That's why the ace was removed, because it had blood on it. But then why... Huh. Sorry, I'm going to keep my speculation until the end here. Oh, this is a flashback too. We all know about the 5 aces. That's fine. We can do this. Seen that the 5th ace. Cheating, I swear to you. Yeah, guess who cheated? Does that card say Capcom on it?
Maybe.
Capcom, Osaka, Japan. Is there a way to remove the... Doesn't look like it.
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, 2007, yeah. Wait, this splotch of red. Is this blood? Okay, there we got some music. Capcom, yeah, real.
You have your trump cards. Now it's up to you to cut the deck and draw the truth. My father's fate is in your hands. I know you can do it.
This bloodstained card. Is my trump card for finding the truth? I fell deep into thought as my mind raced to understand what this all meant. That girl. I'd seen her recently. But where? That's when I made the connection. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought she was wearing pink in that. Huh.
Yeah, it must be weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure there's absolutely nothing about that. Could this be the missing 5th ace? Oh. Alright.
Court will now reconvene.
I think that's where we'll leave it. That seems like a good place. Just before we do anything else, I am going to just save that. I almost forgot one stream of, I don't think it was Ace Attorney, but something else, and almost lost an entire stream's worth of progress, so...
Oh no.
I've been trying to make sure I do that on stream, so, like, I know that I've done it.
So, Warper, here's the deal. I've been invited to a social gathering next Saturday night. However, I don't think I'm going to be doing tabletop next Friday night, so we can do it then instead if you'd like.
Oh, okay, that works. I can't do, this time next weekend anyway.
Great, okay, perfect.
Cool. Yeah, that sounds good. Wow, this is a hell of a first case.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah, God. Cause like even Trials and Tribulations first case was... Oh, no, maybe that did have a break in it.
It did, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Trials and Tribulations first case is, like, weirdly long.
Which, yeah, it makes sense given, like, the context and all that, but, right, because that was the one with,
That was Mia and Dahlia.
Yeah, with, Rothschild as, the attorney with it, or attorney with her, if I remember correctly. Remember when AA2 gave Phoenix amnesia for no reason? Yeah. I'm glad that was just the one case bit. If the rest of it was like, oh no, Phoenix has lost his memory for the whole thing, I would have been a bit annoyed about that, but eh. That was definitely kind of funny, but like also, it's weird, because that one in particular, like, painted Phoenix both as like a bit bumbling, obviously, because he has amnesia, but it does like, that is part of his character that he's not like there altogether, but up until that point, he was being exceptionally smart. So you get Phoenix both being, like, dumb because I can't remember anything, but then you've also got the fact that, like, he was aware enough of what was going on that, like, the whole phone trading didn't slip by him. Yeah, Phoenix gets Metroid at the start of every Ace Attorney game. Well, not 3, technically. Because, yeah, that wasn't Phoenix at all.
Yeah, the first case in the start of the first case he's in 3 is the stolen turnabout, which is one of the hardest like early cases in this series. Like it's got 2 different points where you can just instantly lose if you press the wrong thing.
Yeah, it sure did. Phoenix can do a screw attack, I think. He probably can. Probably.
If he tried, if he put his mind to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Also having the teacher in this first case, like, immediately being, okay, now we're immediately having this person on trial now. That's certainly a change of pace, too. God, I just remembered this has a case 3. Yeah, this does have a case 3. I wonder if that's going to continue the pattern.
The gas leak case.
The gas leak. God. Yeah, damn. It's kind of, like, not something we touched on too much, but I gotta say, like, this port is, like, much better than, the other trilogy, at least so far. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, Mina did remind me that, what was it? The Great Ace Attorney was ported before this. So there's definitely, like, a couple of attempts at it later, but, like, the difference is, like, remarkable. A lot, like, just, like, all of the menus and stuff like that, and kind of the QOL options are just a lot better. And obviously, it also helps that they're not using, like, they're using sprites from the game in the game here, rather than what they did with the original trilogy.
Yeah, which is using the art from the art book that wasn't ever meant to be seen in the game. It was meant to be used as a reference for the sprites.
Yeah, God. Damn. Yeah. It's a weird point to end on, because there isn't too much to speculate on, at least, like, at the moment, because, yeah, I think Gavin did it. Seems to line up. The only thing I'm really, like, confused about is why hide the ace? Like, you'd expect blood to be on the table? But, like... that seems odd to me. I'm not really sure I understand why that actually happened. I thought I had a theory earlier, but the way, like, Olga was talking about it is just now, like, thrown that for a loop. And now it was actually Gavin who did it. And it's like, okay, so you left him there bleeding, but then you move a card that's got blood on it? I guess it is, like, a singular drop and not a spray, and it's not in a position you might expect. I don't know. But that's what the testimony's for, so... yeah. I think this was a good first session. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
I should have probably picked up on it when we saw only 4 cases, but I should have probably realized that this one was probably going to be longer, keeping in line with the rest of them.
Yeah.
You're telling me the protagonist of the previous trilogy didn't do this murder? Something happened 7 years ago, like, you never know. But yeah, I'm fascinated by this characterization of Phoenix too, where he's clearly, like, he is clearly 3 games past where he was in those games. Or, sorry, he's clearly had the journey of those 3 games and is, like, exceptionally good at what he does now. But yeah, then there's this whole thing about, like, him losing his badge and, like, that, like, I'm pretty sure that happens if you fuck up one of the cases in the previous games. I could be remembering that incorrectly, but I feel like an alternate end to one of those is just like, Phoenix never took up another case or something like that.
Yeah, it was the alternate ending of the last case of the second game. If Maya isn't rescued,
right?
He decides to hang up his badge.
Yeah. And yeah, the dynamic between like Phoenix, Apollo, and Kristoff is like really good too. I'm really enjoying that. Every kill Phoenix does is like a Ghostface murder where he gets his shit wrecked for most of it, but then doesn't turn about to get the kill. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, but we'll find out the rest of that next weekend. And yeah, I guess, like, just as we discussed. So, I'm not going to be streaming next Sunday, so we'll have Ace Attorney on Saturday instead. Which means, yeah, no Hypno Space Outlaw. During the week, it's probably going to be regular stuff. We're still working through P12S and 14. I've been itching to level more in 14 as well, so I might stream a little bit of that. I don't really know. There's more Elden Ring and Balatro to be had. I've been kind of thinking of respecking slightly in Elden Ring, and I don't know if I'll do that on or off stream, but I've got to be... I need to sit down and think about the numbers a bit, and I don't know, it's so late in the game at this point. Wait, how long have you been playing Elden Ring? It's like 130 hours? It's basically like an hour per level that I've had. But I've been off and on, and just don't perceive me. Don't look at me. Don't look at the dates on any of those VODs, okay? Don't do it. It feels like you've been playing Elden Ring for a year. Luca, I started playing Elden Ring the day it came out, the week it came out. I've been going through it for a while. Yeah, like, honestly, I've talked about this before. Sorry, I don't want to make this go on any longer, but since we're on the topic. I think it was genuinely a mistake for me to stream that, because it's much more Skyrim than it is Dark Souls, and in terms of just its structure and size. And the way I would play Elden Ring if I wasn't streaming would probably been very different. And then it just dragged out and out. And I mean, that's happened before with like finishing some of the prior Ace Attorney games, funnily enough. Like the DLC is probably a bit more bite-sized that I could probably do. Fingers crossed, touch wood, but yeah. No. It's been a bit of a pain that like it's been sitting there as something I need to stream for so long, but here we are. I'm almost at the end. I'm on, like, the penultimate boss from what I understand, so... Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of the plan. And Mina, thank you very much for being here.
It was my pleasure.
I say this literally every time we speak, but, like, it is genuine joy always having you on, and I feel like I learned so much about video games from you. So, having you on the ride for this is fantastic.
I'm very excited to talk about some of these cases and the neat narrative tricks they pull with you.
Yeah, because like, I'm honestly wondering here, like, are we setting up for a larger arc in the story here, or is this like, because actually, you know what? I'm not going to think about that too much because I know that there's another Gavin in, or I think his last name is also Gavin. Again, well, I mean, we just established that I didn't know Trucy was Phoenix's daughter. I don't know if I forgot that or if I never knew that. So, like, you know what? I'm just going to not think about it, and we're going to have my reaction on stream when that happens.
Listen, accidental ignorance is the best way to like, you know, avoid any kind of spoilers for something.
Yep.
Like, I was active on Tumblr during the huge Danganronpa craze, and yet I still managed to somehow avoid getting even a single spoiler for that series.
Wow, that's actually that's impressive. Because, yeah, Tumblr was crazy about that for a while.
Yeah.
God, I feel like I was on board late for that. But then again, I wouldn't have been engaging with people who were into it at the time, I don't think.
Yeah.
Because I got into that fairly late. But yeah, that makes me worry so much less about accidentally spoiling things if you didn't even know that. Yeah, like, to be fair, it's the difference between something flashing on my feed and quickly going, oh yeah, I'm just gonna, okay, I saw it, I'm just gonna scroll and don't worry about that. Yeah, like, someone was talking about the Great Ace Attorney, I think, very briefly in the general chat of the Discord, and I'm gonna be honest, like, I replied to that saying, yo, what are you doing? I did not absorb anything that was actually being talked about in there, though, so I think we're good. Danganronpa spoiler, Phoenix Wright was the killer. Vulpix, no! But yeah, I'm rambling at this point, so I think we'll kind of leave it there. Is Charles streaming? Is anyone streaming that we can... No, that's a spoiler. That is also a spoiler. If there's one thing that makes me aware of just how far I am, how behind I am on my own, like, video game catalog, is that the fact that, like, I'm pulling up streamers I follow that I could raid. Almost all of them are universally doing something I want to play eventually. I'm just like, look, I can dodge spoilers, but yeah, I'm not that good at dodging spoilers, so yeah. And also, hope you're feeling good, better, Luca. I know things are rough at the moment, and it's good to see you in chat.
Yeah, I perked right up when I saw you coming in.
Yeah, same here. But yeah, I think we'll leave it on that note then. So, thank you very much. Thank you very much for watching live on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a lovely day, and hope to see you all next time.
Yeah, thanks everyone.